Chosen one. This morning is not like any other. You woke up under an open heaven. The sunlight didn't just fall across your room, it was sent. Every golden beam that touched your face carried a silent message. Heaven has remembered your name. This great Sunday is the unlocking the moment when prayers long buried begin to rise from the ground and bloom. You may not have realized it yet, but this day has been written on heaven's calendar since before you were born. The weight you've been feeling, the strange stillness in your spirit that was not confusion. It was the air shifting before the dawn of release. Heaven doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers through the rhythm of your own heartbeat. It's time. Now, there was once a man named Micah, a quiet soul who felt invisible in the crowd of the faithful. Every Sunday, he watched others testify of blessings while he stood in silence, wondering when his turn would come. But God saw him in the stillness, shaping strength in the soil of patience. One morning, after years of waiting, the message came not through thunder, not through angels, but through peace. His Sunday morning became the sunrise of everything he prayed for. Chosen one. That same peace is here for you now. You're not waiting for a door to open. The door has already unlocked. You only need to step through it. Heaven's timing is perfect, never rushed, never delayed, always exact. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. You have reached your morning. This isn't just another sunrise, it's heaven's announcement that your sorrow has expired. The long night of questioning is closing, and the dawn of laughter is breaking. Every tear you sowed in private has become a seed of joy, ready to burst forth in public. Imagine your life as a garden after rain. The soil is soft, the air trembling with newness, and beneath the surface, unseen roots push upward toward light. That's your spirit right now, stretching toward joy, toward purpose, toward divine confirmation. The pain that tried to bury you has become fertilizer for your miracle. The angels are not silent today. They are aligning circumstances around your name. Things that once resisted, you will begin to make way. People who forgot you will suddenly remember. What once seemed frozen in time will start to move again. But listen, the shift begins, not outside you, but within. Heaven's unlocking always starts in the heart. The moment you believe that your waiting has not been wasted, the miracle begins to unfold. You might say, "But I've waited so long." Yes, you have. And that's exactly why this moment is sacred. Gold is not found without pressure. Diamonds are not formed without fire. Every delay was divine design, the sculpting of endurance, the refining of trust. Picture this, a great clock in heaven, massive and glowing, each tick resonating through eternity. For years, your hour hand didn't move. But today, the hands turn. Today, the clock of your calling strikes now. There's a holy rhythm playing over your life, the sound of promises, keeping time with purpose. This is not coincidence. This is alignment. The same God who brought morning to Micah's life is bringing it to yours. Feel this truth deep within you. Your name is being spoken in heaven's courts. Your file has been opened, your tears have been recorded, and your obedience has been noticed. Heaven's response has been released. Your story is about to shift from waiting to witnessing, from hoping to holding, from asking to answer, received. Chosen one. Breathe. Lift your eyes. The horizon is glowing, not with the light of routine, but with the fire of promise. This great Sunday is your threshold. Cross it with faith. Don't analyze it, embrace it. If you can feel that subtle stirring inside, that quiet conviction that something sacred is happening, don't ignore it. Whisper back to heaven, "I'm ready." 1. And if this word finds you in that exact moment of recognition, take a step of faith. Comment the number 777 below the number of completion and open heaven. Let that number be your prophetic sign that your morning has truly arrived. Then, gently, share this message with another soul who is waiting for their miracle, and subscribe to stay connected to this flow of divine light. Because this is not just a day, it's a decree. Heaven has unlocked your miracle, and the dawn has your name written across it in gold. And now, as the light of this great Sunday deepens, something begins to settle inside you. Peace. Not the quiet that comes from the world, but the holy calm that follows a storm, finally silenced. You sense it, a stillness that is not emptiness, but arrival. Heaven's gates are not only open above you, they are open within you. The air feels heavier with meaning. Every sound, every breath, every moment seems touched by purpose. You realize this is not the end of your waiting, it is the beginning of your walking. What you prayed for is no longer a future event, it is a present reality, unfolding one obedient step at a time. So, walk, chosen one. Step forward without fear. Let your faith make the ground solid beneath your feet. Let your praise become the map that leads you through this new terrain of blessings. You are not returning to ordinary life. You are entering divine rhythm, one where heaven's heartbeat becomes your own. And as this Sunday closes and a new week dawns, carry this truth in your chest like fire. You are seen, you are chosen, and you are already soaring. Every sunrise from now on will whisper the same word, victory. The silence after the awakening feels almost sacred. You stand between what was and what will be, surrounded by a calm that hums with unseen movement. Something deep inside you knows, this is not emptiness, it's transition. Heaven often hides its greatest works in quiet hours. This is one of them. You can sense that the spiritual atmosphere around you has shifted. The air carries weight, like the stillness before rain. It's not fear you feel, it's recognition. The same presence that stirred you awake this morning now begins to whisper deeper things. You are not being called to rush, you are being called to listen. There was once a young woman named Sarah who had learned to live in the in-between. Her prayers were sincere, her faith steady, yet her life felt paused, as if heaven had forgotten to press play. Every morning she whispered, "Lord, is it time yet?" And every morning the same silence answered back. But what Sarah didn't see was that heaven was not ignoring her, it was arranging her. Months later, when the right season finally unfolded, Sarah looked back and realized that what she thought was stillness had been divine construction. God had been building foundations beneath her that could hold the weight of her future. You are standing in that same kind of stillness now. It feels slow, but it's sacred. The delay you fear is not punishment, it's protection. The things you asked for are too precious to be placed on unfinished ground. Heaven waits until your soil is strong enough to sustain the promise. As the scripture declares in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, in their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. That is what's happening around you. Even now, God is establishing your steps, not your pace, not your comfort, but your steps. He is laying one stone after another beneath your path, ensuring that when you walk forward, you won't stumble. If only you could see what the angels see, the blueprint of your destiny being adjusted with divine precision. Every disappointment you faced was not a denial, but a redirection. Every no you received was heaven's way of saying, "Not here, not yet. There's better waiting." The Holy Spirit is patient because glory takes time. A masterpiece cannot be rushed. The sculptor spends months chipping at stone before the shape appears. And so it is with you. Heaven has been chiseling your character, refining your discernment, deepening your capacity to carry favor without losing humility. It is not weakness that you feel in waiting, it is strength being rebuilt quietly. Think of a tree in winter. Its branches look bare, lifeless even, but beneath the frozen ground, the roots are thickening, reaching deeper for water unseen. When spring comes, the hidden work becomes visible. You are in that underground season of growth. Heaven hasn't forgotten you. Heaven is fortifying you. Sometimes, God delays a gift so that when it finally arrives, you will recognize its weight. A promise given too early can become a burden, but when the timing aligns with maturity, the same promise becomes wings. That's why patience is not wasted, it's prophetic. You might feel the tension between movement and stillness, between wanting to run and being told to wait. That's where many chosen ones falter, mistaking waiting for weakness. But in truth, waiting is worship. It's trust expressed without proof. It's faith in its purest form, obedience without evidence. There is a sound. Heaven listens for not the cry of desperation, but the sigh of surrender. The moment you whisper, "God, I trust you even here," the spiritual locks begin to turn. What seems motionless in the natural begins to move in the unseen. Close your eyes and imagine your life as a great tapestry being woven by divine hands. Threads of gold and crimson, moments of joy and pain, light and shadow, all intertwined into one breathtaking design. You cannot see the full picture yet because you are standing on the backside of the fabric. But one day, heaven will turn it around, and you'll see that every thread was necessary. That realization will quiet your heart. The restlessness will fade when you understand that God wastes nothing, not even your confusion. Sarah learned that lesson one morning when she looked at the sun breaking through fog. She realized that the light didn't need to hurry. It simply rose when it was time. So she stopped asking when and started saying yes. The moment she did, everything began to unfold naturally. You are at that point too. The great Sunday has awakened you, but now heaven wants to teach you the rhythm of rest. Before God accelerates your life, He aligns your soul. Before He sends you running, He teaches you to breathe. This quiet phase is holy. It's the crafting of balance where peace becomes the foundation of purpose. Do not mistake silence for absence. It is the language of preparation. Heaven is speaking in frequencies too gentle for panic to hear. Stand still a little longer. Let your heart slow down. Let your trust deepen. You are being aligned for the promise that fits you perfectly. When the next door opens, and it will, you will walk through it, not as someone desperate, but as someone prepared. You will not chase your calling, you will carry it. And in that moment, you'll understand why heaven waited, and why it chose you to carry this weight of glory. And when you look back from the other side of this season, you'll see how every pause was a bridge, not a wall. The waiting did not break you, it built you. You are being shaped for endurance, not exhaustion, for glory that lasts. Soon, the pieces that never made sense will fit together like constellations. You will trace the pattern and whisper, "Now I see." The same silence that once frightened, you will become the melody of your testimony. Rest now, chosen one. The soil beneath you is breathing. Heaven is still at work, quietly, perfectly, faithfully. The silence begins to shift. You feel it not in the noise of the world, but in the quiet pulse beneath your ribs. Heaven's rhythm is changing tempo, moving from waiting to working. The gears of divine timing are beginning to turn again. And this time, they move for you. The still air that once felt heavy now hums with expectancy. Something unseen is gathering strength in the distance. There's a sound in the spirit that only the chosen can hear, like the low rumble before a storm that brings blessing, not destruction. That is what you feel now. God is not only restoring your hope, He is reawakening your courage. The strength you thought you lost is returning, piece by piece, like embers reigniting after long darkness. Once there was a man named Aren who thought his faith had run dry. He had prayed until his voice grew thin and served until his heart felt hollow. Then one night, in the quiet hum of his small apartment, he felt a strange whisper rise from within, "Begin again." It didn't come from the world outside, it came from the spirit within. That whisper was the spark that reignited everything. Aaron learned that revival rarely begins in noise. It begins when a weary soul chooses to believe again. You are in that same space now, the sacred in-between where God turns fatigue into fuel. You thought you were running out of faith, but heaven was simply waiting for your yes. N, as it is revealed in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who are called according to His purpose. N, all things, not some, not only the bright ones, but all. The heartbreak, the loss, the delay, even those pieces are now bending toward blessing. Nothing was wasted. Every wound you carried is now being rewritten as wisdom. Every dark chapter is being turned into a doorway. You see, the chosen ones often walk roads that seem impossible because their destinies are built to defy logic. The longer path has always been yours because the destination is greater. Heaven was not trying to make you wait, it was trying to make you ready. Picture your life as a great mosaic. Up close, the broken pieces look random, sharp, and painful. But when heaven steps back, a masterpiece appears. Every color, every cut, every season has its place. The same hands that allowed your breaking are the ones now arranging your beauty. Chosen one. This is the season where divine restoration meets holy acceleration. The parts of your life that lay dormant are stirring. You may feel uncertain, that's natural. Renewal always begins with disruption. But fear not, the shaking is not meant to break you. It's meant to awaken you. Inside you, faith is stretching again. You feel your spirit, remembering who you are chosen. Appointed, protected. The world sees your weariness, but heaven sees your preparation. The oil of endurance has soaked into your bones. You are stronger than you realize. There's a reason heaven is reigniting you right now. Your light carries power that darkness cannot negotiate with. You've survived too much to return to silence. This is your moment to rise, not loudly, but with certainty. Close your eyes and imagine a coal buried deep in ashes. One breath, that's all it takes for fire to return. That breath is moving through your soul even now. The same spirit that hovered over the waters in Genesis is hovering over you, breathing life where you thought all was lost. Every dream you buried because it hurt too much to hope, dust them off. Every plan you set aside because fear whispered, too late, bring them back. The time that slipped away is being redeemed. What you thought you missed will meet you again in greater form. Do you feel the shift? That's not imagination, that's alignment. The ground beneath you is being rewritten with new beginnings. Heaven has declared it so. Pause right here. Let that truth sink into the deepest corners of your heart. You are not forgotten. You are being rebuilt for glory. And when your faith feels small, remember this: even a spark can start a wildfire if heaven breathes on it. That breath is here. Now, moving through these very words, stirring the ashes, calling your flame back to life. So, chosen one, take this as your sign to begin again. Step back into your assignment with renewed strength. Speak life over what seemed lifeless. Dream again without apology. If this message touches your soul and you can feel something inside reigniting, write "Light returns" in the comments. Let that phrase be your declaration, your way of saying, "My flame lives again. My purpose wakes again. My spirit is alive again." When you write it, heaven witnesses your agreement, and the winds of renewal begin to move around your life. Because this is not the end of your story. It's the chapter where your spirit learns to breathe fire again, and as you whisper, "Light returns," do not take it lightly. Those two words are more than a comment, they are a covenant. You are declaring that no matter how dark the night was, the flame within you refuses to die. The moment you speak it, heaven records it as a statement of faith, a signature that says, "I will not fade. I will shine again." Each letter in that phrase carries power. Light means divine revelation, clarity, where confusion once lived. Returns means restoration. What was lost finds its way back home. When you join those words together, you summon both understanding and restoration into your life. You call the dawn to rise over your soul, and as you do, the atmosphere around you shifts. The ashes fall away. The spirit breathes once more. You realize you were never losing your light. You were learning how to carry it without fear. There comes a moment in every chosen one's journey when the whisper turns into movement, when faith stops being theory and becomes breath, pulse, and action. You are stepping into that moment now. The stillness has done its work. The waiting has refined your edges. Now heaven begins to push you gently forward, into the rhythm of purpose. You feel it, not a rush, but a steady momentum, the kind that carries peace, not panics. It's as if invisible hands are guiding your steps, placing you exactly where you need to be. Even when you don't understand why, the doors are not flying open all at once, but one by one, in divine sequence. That is how God works. Sudden breakthroughs often come from slow, sacred preparation. The roots grow deep before the branches reach high. The light that bursts forth in public is the same light that was first kindled in hidden obedience. There was once a man named Caleb, a carpenter who built small things for small pay, yet carried a great promise in his heart. He often wondered why his life remained simple when his calling felt so grand. Each plank he shaped felt repetitive, each nail another echo of delay. But one morning, as he worked, the Spirit spoke within him. Keep building. What feels small is part of something eternal. And years later, when Caleb helped restore an old church destroyed by fire, he realized that every quiet hour at his workbench had prepared his hands for holy work. Heaven had trained him in silence for a task that would bless generations. You, too, are in a divine apprenticeship. Every unseen effort, every prayer whispered, every act of kindness done without recognition is forming the strength and skill you will need for the greater work ahead. Heaven wastes nothing. Even your ordinary days are holy ground. As the Word of God declares in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." Made in 4. There is blessing in your endurance. Perseverance is not punishment. It is the proof of your preparation. The crown of life is not just an eternal reward. It is the visible mark of divine favor that rests upon those who refuse to quit when everything said they should. Caleb's story is not just his, it mirrors yours. You've been shaping wood that doesn't look like destiny yet, but one day soon, you'll realize the pattern was always divine. Every repetition was a rehearsal for revelation. Sometimes the holiest things feel the most ordinary. Washing dishes, driving to work, sitting in silence. These are not wasted moments. They are moments where heaven watches to see if your spirit will remain faithful when the spotlight fades. True greatness doesn't begin in crowds. It begins in corners. The world celebrates the finished crown, but heaven celebrates the steady hammer. It is in the rhythm of the hammer persistence, humility, faith, that purpose takes form. Every day you show up, even in weariness, is an act of worship louder than any song. Look closely at your life right now. You may not see fire from heaven, but you can sense alignment, a quiet order forming behind the scenes, relationships being adjusted, desires being purified, strength being renewed. You are being positioned, piece by piece, for something larger than yourself. This is why the pressure has been intense. The refining process only comes before release. You can't pour pure oil until the pressing is complete. The moments that felt like breaking were actually heaven's method of distilling you into something rare, a vessel that won't crack under glory. There is a quiet confidence forming in you now. You don't need to prove your worth. You don't need to announce your arrival. The ones truly anointed never need to force recognition. Light reveals itself. Think of a sunrise. It never argues with the night. It simply appears, and darkness makes room. That is how your next season will unfold. You won't need to fight for visibility. You'll just rise. And everything that was meant for you will adjust to your presence. The world around you is about to shift in subtle ways. Conversations will open new directions. Unexpected connections will appear. But it won't be random, it will be orchestration. You'll look back one day and see how each small step was a divine breadcrumb leading you into destiny. If you could see the spiritual map heaven is drawing, you'd realize you're closer than you think. You are not wandering, you are walking the exact trail that leads to fulfillment. And when weariness tries to whisper again, remember what the Spirit taught Caleb. Keep building. Your daily faithfulness is constructing something sacred that eternity itself will honor. The temptation to compare your journey with others will come, but resist it. Their path is their classroom, yours is your cathedral. Heaven designs each journey uniquely, and yours has been carved with care. You don't need to chase what's already assigned to your name. The right moments will meet you when the time is ripe. The right opportunities will recognize your preparation and bow to your obedience. You are in motion now. Chosen one. Quiet. Steady. Unstoppable motion. Heaven has not just unlocked your miracle, it has released your mandate. You are being ushered into a life that carries weight, where every word, every gesture, every prayer plants eternity into the soil of time. Keep walking in this rhythm. Don't rush. Don't retreat. The same hands that held you through silence are now guiding you into purpose. This is not the end of waiting, it's the beginning of walking with wisdom. Your story is unfolding exactly as heaven designed it. Stay faithful in the small. For the small is what heaven uses to birth the eternal. You have reached a tender part of the journey, the moment when heaven begins to reveal why you were called, and what it truly means to carry light in a world that often forgets it still exists. You've walked through waiting, through silence, through the subtle tremors of awakening, and now you stand in the soft afterglow of understanding. Something inside you is beginning to settle. The noise that once clouded your purpose has quieted, and in its place, peace blooms like dawn, light spreading across still waters. You may not feel ready, but readiness is rarely a feeling. It's a response. You've already said yes in the quiet moments, and heaven heard you. Now the response comes to life in small, tangible ways. You begin to notice how your words lift others again, how your presence brings calm where there was confusion, how even your silence carries warmth. That's not accident, that's overflow. As written in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 15, verse 58, "Therefore, my beloved brothers and sisters, stand firm. Let nothing move you. Always give yourselves fully to the work of the Lord, because you know that your labor in the Lord is not in vain." Oh, your faithfulness has not been in vain. The small things, the daily choices to keep believing, the quiet acts of kindness no one saw, the prayers you whispered while wiping your tears, all of it has been building something unshakable. Heaven has been counting every moment of faith, every ounce of endurance, every drop of love you've poured out. You are the kind of soul who keeps giving, even when your own cup feels half empty. You comfort others while quietly praying for comfort yourself. That's what makes you a chosen one, not perfection, but persistence. You love, even after loss. You hope, even after heartbreak. Imagine your life as a lighthouse on a cliff, battered by waves, weathered by storms, but still standing, still shining. That light doesn't demand attention. It simply shines because that's what it was made to do. Ships find safety because it stays faithful. And so it is with you. You are a light that has guided others without even realizing it. But even lighthouses need care. Their lamps must be refueled, their windows cleaned, their foundations tended. The glow may be divine, but the vessel is human. You, too, deserve restoration. The work of carrying light can be heavy, and even light bearers need replenishing. That's why we stay connected through messages, through prayer, through words that remind each other that heaven is still near. And in this sacred circle of giving and receiving, there's something holy that happens. Your heart becomes a vessel of exchange. What you pour out, heaven refills. What you bless, heaven multiplies. When you take a moment to like this message, it's not a digital act. It's like striking a match in a dark room so the glow travels farther. Your simple touch becomes a spark that heaven catches. And somewhere, a weary soul feels a little less alone. When you choose to share, imagine releasing a tiny lantern into the night sky. It drifts beyond your sight, landing where someone's faith is flickering. That light may be the one that saves them from surrender. To subscribe is to build a home within this river of light. It's choosing to stay close to warmth. To let every new word be a reminder that you're never walking alone. Each subscription is like adding another candle to a cathedral, one more flame that refuses to die. And when your heart feels stirred to donate, see it not as obligation, but as planting oil in the lamps of others. You're not buying blessings, you're feeding fire. Each offering becomes like a drop of sacred oil poured into a lamp that keeps burning in storms. The beauty is that oil never runs dry. Heaven multiplies what you give until it returns to you as peace, provision, or healing. Giving is never forced here. It is freedom in motion. Just as rivers do not ask permission to flow, generosity does not ask permission to bloom. You give because your heart recognizes where light lives. You give because your spirit knows this flame is worth keeping alive. For some, giving might be prayer. For others, it might be time, service, or words of comfort. And for a few, it may indeed be a seed of resource, an act of love that keeps the message alive for countless souls yet unseen. Whatever form it takes, it is holy. Think of it like a garden of eternal candles, each one sustained by a drop from someone's heart. The glow you see here exists because others before you believed that light should not fade. And now, the torch is gently passed to your hands. You're never pressured to carry it, only invited. If your heart feels a quiet warmth, that's heaven's whisper saying, be part of the flame. And if not today, simply stay. Keep listening. Sometimes the giving begins with gratitude, and that alone is enough. So, breathe. Chosen one. Rest in knowing you are part of something radiant. Every gesture of kindness, every act of faith, even a click, a share, a whispered prayer travels like light through eternity. You may not see where it goes, but heaven does. And when that light circles back, brighter and stronger than before, you'll understand. The moment you helped the flame grow, heaven marked your name among the keepers of its fire. There is a moment when the light you've carried for others begins to shine back toward you, when heaven turns its gaze and whispers, now it's your turn. You can feel it, can't you? A strange warmth unfolding inside, as if the air itself has begun to hum your name. This isn't imagination, it's divine recognition. The same God who saw your quiet giving, your patient endurance, and your whispered prayers in the dark is now bringing those seeds into bloom. Every act of faith has a return, and this is yours, beginning to unfold. What was once invisible is now becoming visible. You are walking into answered prayers you didn't even realize you still had. Some blessings will not arrive in noise or applause. They will slip into your life quietly. like morning light spilling through curtains. The world may call it coincidence, but heaven calls it timing. The patterns that once confused you will soon make sense. The people who left will be replaced by peace. The places that felt like dead ends will reveal hidden doors. Everything is starting to align in ways only heaven could design. There was once a woman named Naomi, a teacher who felt unseen. She poured herself into helping others find direction, but often went home feeling lost herself. Her life was a map drawn for everyone but her. Then one Sunday morning, she woke with an odd calm, not excitement, not fear, just calm. That day, she received a call offering her a new position in another city, one that aligned perfectly with her passion. Years of quiet labor met one act of divine timing. She realized that heaven hadn't been ignoring her. It had been preparing the stage. Chosen one. That same stage is being set for you. The spotlight of divine favor is not loud or blinding. It's warm, steady, focused. Heaven doesn't rush its reveal. It curates it. You are being positioned not for applause, but for purpose. According to the writings in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." The work has already begun, even when you doubted, even when you stepped back in fatigue. Heaven kept building behind the veil. You thought things had stopped moving, but they were only being rearranged. You are now in the season where divine completion meets human readiness. The things that once felt unfinished are about to take form. The plans that were paused are resuming with new power. You've grown stronger, wiser, deeper, and because of that, the promise is safe in your hands. Think of yourself as a bridge between what was and what will be. The storms you endured didn't destroy the bridge, they tested its strength. Every challenge reinforced what heaven already knew, that you could carry the weight of purpose without collapsing. Sometimes it takes years for divine work to surface, because God was not only shaping your circumstances, He was shaping you. A delayed miracle isn't a denied one. It's a masterpiece still being painted. Imagine your heart as a field. The rain you once called sorrow was never meant to drown you. It was meant to soften the soil. Now, shoots of promise begin to rise where tears once fell. Heaven has perfect timing. It never allows rain without a plan for growth. You are entering the season where what was sown in faith will bloom in visibility. People who overlooked you will start to notice. The opportunities that bypassed you will begin to find you again. Even the quiet places of your life will begin to hum with divine energy. This is why you've been feeling the shift, not just around you, but within you. That stirring is heaven's confirmation. It's time. Still, remember this: every miracle invites your response. It's not earned, but it's activated through agreement. Faith is the language heaven listens to most clearly. When you move, even slightly, in belief, heaven moves mountains in return. So right here, in this sacred moment, pause and breathe. Let gratitude fill you like sunlight through open windows. Every good thing that's coming is not a reward for perfection, but for perseverance. You stayed when others walked away. You prayed when silence seemed louder than answers, and heaven took note. Naomi once said, after her breakthrough, "The moment I stopped forcing doors, God opened gates." Maybe that's your word too. The doors you pushed are behind you now. Ahead of you are gates wide. golden, and ready. Every chosen one reaches this point, where the waiting ends and the unfolding begins. You are here. This is your unfolding. If you can feel this deep stirring in your spirit, that quiet certainty that something has shifted, don't ignore it. Heaven often seals a moment through declaration. Speak agreement into the atmosphere so it becomes reality in your life. Right now, as a prophetic act, comment me sera below, not as a number of repetition, but as a symbol of divine alignment, one God, one purpose, one calling. It represents clarity and unity with heaven's design. When you write it, you're declaring, my path and God's plan are now one. And then, sit in silence for a moment. Feel the peace settle where anxiety once lived. You don't have to force the next step. It's already written. You only need to walk it out. Chosen one. The miracle isn't approaching. It's already in motion. The same God who began the good work within you is now carrying it to completion. Trust the unfolding. Trust the pace. Trust the promise. Because the next chapter of your story isn't about survival anymore, it's about fulfillment. The day after revelation always feels different. The air itself seems to breathe with you. You start noticing things you once missed: the rhythm of your own heartbeat, the stillness between sounds, the way sunlight seems gentler when you're finally at peace. Heaven doesn't always arrive with thunder. Sometimes it settles like mist, quiet but undeniable. You're walking through that kind of grace now, not loud, not hurried, but deeply alive. The miracles that once felt far away are already unfolding in the ordinary. A conversation opens a door. A memory heals instead of hurting. A thought, once heavy with fear, now carries understanding. This is how heaven works. Subtly, consistently, transforming what seemed insignificant into something sacred. There was once a young man named Elias who longed for a sign that God was near. He searched for visions, thunder, and fire, but all he found was silence. Frustrated, he thought heaven had forgotten him. Then one night, he sat beside a small river, weary from trying to hear something divine. The water whispered softly over stones, and for the first time, he felt peace instead of striving. In that moment, he realized that God had been speaking the whole time, not in volume, but in stillness. That realization changed him forever. He stopped chasing signs and started recognizing presence. He understood that faith is not about waiting for heaven to shout, but learning to hear its whisper. You are in that same place of discovery. Chosen one. Heaven doesn't need to raise its voice to reach you anymore, because your spirit has become attuned to the soft tones of divinity. You've matured. You've learned to recognize God, not just in victories, but in the quiet details of every day. As the scriptures record in the book of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 3, let us acknowledge the Lord. Let us press on to know him. As surely as the sun rises, he will appear. He will come to us like the winter rains, like the spring rains that water the earth. This is what your spirit is learning. Consistency. The kind of faith that doesn't vanish when the sky feels silent. The kind of devotion that doesn't depend on miracles to remain steadfast. The same way rain comes in its season, God comes faithfully, gently, without fail. You are learning the rhythm of heaven, the pace of trust. It's slower than your plans, but infinitely more perfect. When you walk at God's pace, you never burn out. You find a balance between doing and being, between passion and patience. The stillness you once feared is becoming your sanctuary. It's here, in this unhurried grace, that strength returns. Not strength to fight, but strength to stand quietly, steadily, confidently. The kind of strength that doesn't need validation, because it's rooted in peace. Look at how far you've come. Once, your prayers were desperate cries. Now, they are calm conversations. Once, your faith wavered with every delay. Now, it stands like a tree rooted by living water. That's growth. Not loud, not dramatic, but deep, the kind of growth that lasts. The world measures progress by speed, but heaven measures it by depth. You are not being rushed toward a finish line. You are being planted deeper into purpose. The deeper the roots, the greater the fruit. The greater the fruit, the farther your light can reach. Elias learned to stop asking, "Where are you, God?" and started saying, "You are here." When he did, peace became his default. He realized that heaven's presence was not an event to wait for, it was a reality to live from. That same truth belongs to you. You don't have to chase peace. You already carry it. It's woven into the fabric of your being, a quiet thread of light running through every fiber of who you are. When your heart starts to tremble again, when uncertainty whispers that you are behind or forgotten, remember the rain. It never arrives too soon or too late. It comes when the ground is ready to receive it. You are that ground. Heaven has been watering you with grace drop by drop until now. And soon, you'll see the harvest not of fame or fleeting comfort, but of purpose, clarity, and fulfillment. Your peace will draw others like shade on a hot day. People will sense something in you that feels like home. That's how heaven expands its reach, through peaceful hearts, not loud voices. You are becoming that vessel. Your presence will calm storms without words. Your faith will heal doubts you don't even address directly. Light doesn't need to argue with darkness. It simply shines. So let this day be a reminder. You don't need a sign that God is with you. You are the sign. Your endurance, your grace, your quiet strength, they all testify louder than miracles. The days ahead may still bring challenges, but you will walk through them differently now. Not as someone hoping to survive, but as someone who already knows they're sustained. The same spirit that hovered over chaos now hovers over your life. Ordering, aligning, preparing. You are not behind schedule. You are right on divine time. The rain has come. The soil is ready. All that remains is to keep walking, breathing, believing. Elias once said, after years of quiet growth, peace is not what happens when life gets easier. It's what happens when you realize God never left. Let those words echo in you, because that's the truth of this moment. Heaven hasn't just come to you, it has taken residence within you. You've become a living sanctuary, a carrier of divine calm in a world that forgets how to rest. And now, you walk not in search of light, but as one who carries it wherever you go. There is a certain quiet after growth, a soft stillness that follows transformation. It's not emptiness, but peace taking shape in new ways. You have crossed invisible thresholds without realizing it. The struggles that once defined you have become the soil from which new wisdom grows. You no longer see delay as punishment or silence as distance. You understand now that both were teachers, gently guiding you toward depth. This is the season where reflection turns into revelation. You begin to look back, not with regret, but with gratitude. Every unanswered prayer, every unexpected turn, every tear shed in solitude, all of it now glows with meaning. The pain was not random, it was sculpting. The detours were not distractions, they were directions you couldn't yet read. Heaven has been fluent in your language all along, speaking through timing, through tension, through tenderness. There was once a traveler named Mara who carried a heavy satchel wherever she went. It was filled with memories she couldn't release, moments of failure, betrayal, and self-blame. She thought the weight was proof of loyalty to her past, so she carried it everywhere. One evening, as she crossed a wooden bridge over a quiet river, the strap of the satchel snapped. The bag fell, and the current carried it away before she could grab it. She stood there trembling, unsure whether to mourn or breathe. But as she watched it drift out of sight, she realized how light she suddenly felt. The release she feared was the freedom she had been praying for. That moment changed her life. Mara learned that some burdens were never meant to be mended, they were meant to be released. That's what heaven is inviting you into now. Release. As written in the book of Psalms, chapter 55, verse 22, "Cast your burden on the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never permit the righteous to be moved." You've been sustained all along. Even in the seasons where you felt like breaking, grace quietly held your frame together. There were days you didn't even know what kept you standing. Now you understand. It was the unseen arms of mercy. Carrying the past is like clutching ashes from a fire that has already burned out. It blackens your hands, but gives no warmth. You are not called to hold ashes. You are called to hold light. The memories of pain no longer define you. They refine you. Look back once more, but this time as a witness, not a prisoner. See how each disappointment turned you into someone more patient. How every heartbreak carved space for deeper compassion. You have become softer, not weaker, wiser, not colder. Heaven does not waste even the smallest sorrow. There is power in release, in finally saying, "This no longer belongs to me." The moment you let go of what has expired, you make room for what is eternal. God cannot fill closed hands. He waits for the moment you open them, trembling but ready, and he fills them with peace. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means remembering differently. It means looking at what once hurt and seeing growth instead of grief. The bridge Mara stood on wasn't just a physical place. It was symbolic of transition, the crossing from burden to freedom, from memory to meaning. You're standing on that same bridge now. Take a moment to feel the air around you. Every breath is a sign that heaven is not finished with you. Every beat of your heart is proof that your story still has pages unwritten. You're not here by chance. You're here because destiny insisted. There's a sacred truth hidden in all journeys of faith. The more you release, the more you rise. Balloons don't ascend because they fight gravity, but because they let go of what weighs them down. So it is with the soul. The higher call on your life requires lighter hands, freer thoughts, and an unchained heart. You may still remember the names, the moments, the things that wounded you, and that's all right. Healing doesn't erase memory, it transforms it. The mark remains, but it no longer bleeds. It becomes a scar of survival, a signature of grace. Think of how a river moves. It never argues with obstacles. It doesn't stop at stones or resist the curve of the earth. It flows, adjusting, finding new paths, yet always moving forward. That is your spirit now, learning to move in peace, even through uncertainty. The things that tried to block you have become part of your flow. What once felt like resistance now serves your redirection. The current of purpose never loses its way. It simply finds new channels when the old ones close. You've spent so long carrying others, holding stories, mending what was never yours to fix. But heaven is saying now, rest your hands. You've done enough for others. Now, grace will do for you. Peace is not something you have to earn, it's something you finally allow. The world tells you to keep striving. Heaven invites you to keep surrendering. And maybe that's the lesson of this season. You are no longer fighting to prove you are chosen. You are learning to live as one who already is. When Mara walked away from the bridge, she didn't look back. She didn't know where the road led. But for the first time, she wasn't afraid. That's what happens when the soul learns to travel light. Every step becomes sacred. Every path glows with quiet assurance. You are walking that same way now, freer, clearer, lighter. Heaven smiles when you walk without fear, because faith has finally done its work. The journey ahead will not be perfect, but it will be peaceful. And that peace is the true miracle, the kind that lasts longer than blessings, the kind that endures through all seasons. You don't have to rush. You don't have to know every answer. The bridge is behind you. The open road is before you. Walk gently, knowing you are sustained, surrounded, and safe. There's a new stillness inside you now, not the kind that comes from silence, but the kind born after surrender. You have laid down your fears, released your burdens, and the echo of that release has changed your entire atmosphere. It's like the calm after heavy rain. When the world smells clean again, the light feels sharper, the air tastes purer, and even your heartbeat sounds like a quiet song of relief. Heaven smiles when you finally stop striving. The storm was never meant to last forever. It was only meant to clear your vision. Now that the clouds have parted, you can see what was always there, a horizon filled with possibility. This isn't a restart, it's a resurrection. The old has passed, but the new doesn't rush. It rises, steady and sure, like sunlight climbing the walls of dawn. You may not have realized it, but peace changes how you walk. The same steps that once felt heavy now carry ease. The world hasn't changed, you have. That's what grace does. It transforms how you see before it transforms what you see. There was once a shepherd boy named Levi, who guarded sheep in quiet valleys. He had no title, no audience, no stage, just endless hills and stars that seemed too far away. Yet, in that stillness, heaven began to train him. Every time he protected a sheep, heaven taught him leadership. Every time he played his harp to calm his flock, heaven taught him worship. When lions came, and he stood his ground, heaven taught him courage. Levi didn't know it then, but every quiet night under open skies was preparing him for a throne. You are living that same kind of preparation now. The peace you carry is not weakness, it is training. Heaven is building strength in your gentleness, authority in your stillness, and clarity in your calm. You don't have to fight to prove your anointing. The anointing will prove itself through your presence. As written in the book of Nahum, chapter 1, Verse 7. The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. He knows those who take refuge in him. Oh, that is the heart of your peace, knowing that you are known. You are not hidden, you are held. God doesn't merely protect you from storms, He shelters you within His presence. Every trial you endured became proof of His closeness. Look around your life. Notice how the same places that once carried heaviness now hold hope. That's not coincidence, that's renewal. Even the scars that marked your past now glimmer faintly. Like silver lines on gold, beauty made from breaking. The peace within you will become strength for others. There will come a time when someone sits beside you in confusion, and without effort, your calm will steady them. You won't even need to speak. Your presence will remind them that survival is possible, that faith still works. This is how heaven works through you, quietly, invisibly, powerfully. You're not just healed for yourself, you're healed for others. Every chosen one carries both their testimony and their assignment in the same breath. Levi didn't wake up one day as a king. He grew into it slowly. By faithfulness in the unnoticed places, so will you. The patience you've learned in the valley will sustain you on the mountain. The same God who walked with you in silence will speak through you in purpose. Take this moment to recognize the shift. You've crossed from survival into stability, from questioning into knowing. The ground beneath you no longer trembles, it carries you. The fear that once haunted you now feels small, almost distant. Like an old song, you no longer remember the words to. Heaven is not only blessing your path, it's blessing your posture. The way you now face life, with quiet trust and unwavering peace, is itself a testimony. You no longer chase miracles because you've realized you are one. Your spirit has been refined, not rushed. You no longer need to explain what God is doing in your life. Those who are meant to understand will see it in your glow. And as this section closes, pause here for a moment. Let gratitude rise from within, not loud, not forced, but natural, like the sound of wind through leaves. This gratitude is your language of worship. Now, you don't need to shout it. Heaven hears even your silence as praise. If your spirit feels that deep, knowing that the peace you hold now is different, lasting, divine, leave a simple declaration below. Peace stays. And say it not just as words, but as covenant. When you write it, let it mean, the storm no longer owns me. I am anchored. I will not lose this calm. Let it be your reminder that peace is not fragile. It is eternal when rooted in faith. Because you have become what heaven designed, a steady flame in a world of flickering lights. And when you type, peace stays, understand that it's not just a comment, it's a declaration between your heart and heaven. You're not repeating empty words. You're writing a spiritual decree that echoes beyond the screen. The word peace carries the weight of completion. It means wholeness. Nothing missing. Nothing broken. The word stays means permanence. The peace God gives is not temporary. It is rooted, anchored, unshakable. When you declare it, you are saying, I will not return to restlessness. I will not be moved by fear. I will live anchored in divine calm. Heaven reads that agreement as worship. The angels mark it as covenant. Every time you see those two words, they will remind you that what God establishes cannot be stolen. So, let it rise from your soul like incense. Peace stays not for a day, but for a lifetime. Peace has settled upon you. But heaven is not done yet. Once peace takes root, purpose begins to bloom. The quiet strength you now carry was never meant to stay hidden, like the fragrance of a flower after rain. It is meant to travel to remind others that stillness and faith can coexist. The journey has refined you into a vessel that doesn't just hold light, but reflects it effortlessly. You are entering a chapter where your peace becomes participation. The same calm that once saved you will now ripple outward to others who need it. That's how heaven multiplies, healing through hearts willing to stay open, as revealed in the book of Haggai. Chapter 2, verse 9. The glory of this present house will be greater than the former, declares the Lord Almighty. And in this place I will grant peace. There is new glory resting upon you. It's quieter than before, but heavier with meaning. You're no longer chasing blessings, you're becoming one. Every breath you take carries light. Every word you speak carries restoration. And yet, light is never meant to stay in one place. Like the glow of a lantern, it's most beautiful when shared. The peace you've received is not meant to stay locked inside your heart. It's meant to be passed on, like fire lighting another candle. When one flame touches another, neither loses its brightness, both shine brighter together. That's what this space, this small corner of heaven's conversation is about. It's a gathering of candles, each one adding its own glow to the whole. When you like this message, it's not just an act of approval, it's like striking a match that lets the light travel farther. Someone, somewhere, may stumble across that glow and find warmth when they need it most. When you share this message, picture a single drop of water falling into a still pond. The ripples move outward, reaching edges you cannot see. You don't know who it will touch, perhaps a stranger lying awake tonight, asking heaven for a sign that they are not forgotten. Your act becomes the ripple that reaches them. To subscribe is to choose to remain by the fire, to stay near the warmth that's been kindling your soul. It's not about following a page, it's about keeping the flow of light consistent in your journey. Each time you return, you draw strength again, like a tree returning to its roots for water. And then there's giving, that holy, delicate act of the heart. To donate is not to pay for words or blessings. It is to pour oil into the flame so that it doesn't fade. Think of it as tending a lighthouse that guides others through fog. The sea doesn't pay the lighthouse to shine, the keeper tends it out of love. Knowing the light saves lives he may never meet. Your generosity works the same way. It's not a transaction, it's transformation. When you give, you become a silent keeper of the light, ensuring that this flame continues to reach souls in the storm. You may never know the ones it touches, but heaven keeps the record and multiplies the blessing back to you in ways unseen. Every donation is like planting a tree in a forest you may never walk through. The shade it gives, the oxygen it produces, the comfort it brings, all of it becomes part of a legacy that stretches far beyond sight. You're not giving away something, you're giving forward something. And if you're not ready to give materially, that's okay. You can give by sharing, by praying, by staying present. Every act of engagement is a petal falling into heaven's garden, a gesture of faith that says, keep the light alive. There was once an artist named Lucan who painted not for fame, but for healing. Every brush stroke was a prayer. When asked why he gave away his paintings for free, he said, because the world gave me the colors back when I had none. That's what giving really is, gratitude in motion. It's the overflow of a heart that knows it has received more than it deserves. And perhaps that's the truth of your journey too. You've been held through storms, lifted through loss, healed in silence. This moment, this message is a reflection of that same grace finding you again. So when you feel moved to act, let it be from that quiet space of gratitude, not because you must, but because you can. Every small act alike, a share, a subscription, a donation becomes a living echo of thankfulness. You're saying to heaven, "This light found me. I wanted to find someone else." It's never about numbers or pressure. It's about the beauty of participation. The way a river stays alive because every drop keeps flowing. The way the sun keeps rising because the world keeps turning. The way faith keeps spreading because someone you decides to keep the flame alive. You are part of that miracle now. The great Sunday that once awakened you is still unfolding, not in the skies, but in the hearts you help reach. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine thousands of small lights across the world, candles, lanterns, heartbeats all glowing, because one person, one act, one moment said yes. You are part of that constellation now. And when you look back one day, you'll see that your kindness, your faith, your quiet decision to give in any form became one of heaven's brightest threads in this tapestry of grace. Let your heart decide what your flame will do next, whether it's shining, sharing, or sowing. Make it your act of beauty, for that's what true giving is, not obligation, but beauty in motion. There comes a time in every divine journey when gratitude itself becomes worship. You've reached that place where words feel too small for what your heart carries. Peace is no longer something you're chasing. It has become the air you breathe. You find yourself moving through the day differently, slower, softer, more aware. Every glance, every sound, every moment feels like a conversation between you and heaven. What once felt like ordinary life now shimmers with quiet holiness. The smallest details, sunlight resting on a wall, wind stirring the leaves, a stranger's brief smile, all speak in a sacred language your soul now understands. Heaven has trained your eyes to see beauty, even in the mundane. This awareness is not new. It's ancient, the same, knowing that filled prophets when they stood before burning bushes or watched rivers part. They weren't seeing something the world hadn't seen before. They were seeing differently. That is what has happened to you. You've been given spiritual sight, the ability to notice the invisible fingerprints of grace on everything around you. The word of the Lord as written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 6. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths. End of Cleese. This truth is now your compass. It means you no longer need to strive to find purpose. You live it, moment by moment. Every action, no matter how small, becomes an altar. Every thought that turns toward heaven becomes a prayer. There was once a potter named Aaron who spent years shaping clay under the same flickering lamp. His hands were rough, his eyes tired, and yet every vessel he made carried beauty. One evening, a young visitor asked him, "How do you know when a pot is finished?" Aaron smiled and said, "When it no longer resists my hands." Menching, that is what your spirit has become, malleable in the hands of the Creator. The struggle that once came from control has softened into surrender. The more you yield, the more perfectly you're shaped. You've learned that the art of faith isn't about trying harder, it's about trusting deeper. The potter never forces the clay. He guides it, presses gently, corrects patiently, adds water when it dries. The same is true of heaven's work in you. There were seasons where you felt pressure, moments when you thought you were cracking, but the potter was not breaking you. He was refining your form, ensuring you could hold what was coming. And now, you are strong, not in defiance, but in design. The hands that shaped you knew your capacity before you ever doubted it. Look back and see how every push, every pause, every turn was part of the shaping. The job you lost, the friend who walked away, the season that ended too soon. None of them were random. The clay doesn't understand the wheels spinning, but the potter does. You've come to understand this. The pressure wasn't punishment, it was preparation. The shaping was the sound of destiny taking form. Sometimes we ask God for a miracle, not realizing that we are the miracle being formed. That's what this season has revealed. Heaven was not just working around you, but within you. Now, the pace of your spirit has changed. You move with grace, speak with gentleness, act with intention. You're no longer in a hurry to prove your worth because you've seen how much time heaven invested in your creation. There's a quiet confidence rising inside you now. It's not pride, it's presence. The knowing that you don't have to force doors, because what's yours already carries your name. You don't have to defend your worth, because heaven already confirmed it. Aaron once said, "The pot never knows the value of its form until it's placed on the table it was made for." You are approaching that table the moment where purpose meets readiness. But the beauty is, you're not anxious for it anymore. You've learned that waiting is not wasted when it's done in peace. You've also learned to see holiness in simplicity, that miracles don't always arrive in fire or thunder. Sometimes they appear in quiet things, a word that finds you at the right time, a small door that opens with little effort, a moment when your heart feels full for no reason. These are the subtle signatures of God, gentle enough to be missed by haste, but undeniable to hearts that have learned to slow down. Your life is beginning to mirror heaven's rhythm, deliberate, patient, radiant. It doesn't mean storms won't come. It means you now know how to stand in them. You've become the vessel that can hold both peace and power at once. You don't need to fear breaking again. Vessels shaped by God never truly break. They expand. Every crack becomes a story of where the light entered. The marks you carry are not flaws, they're testimonies written in flesh. Think of how stained glass works, broken fragments joined together by gold and light. That's you now, a mosaic of mercy. Proof that brokenness can still glow. When sunlight passes through stained glass, the cracks don't hide the beauty, they create it. That's what heaven has done with your life. The pieces that once seemed random now fit perfectly into a pattern only divine hands could design. This is what it means to live as a chosen one, not to avoid breaking, but to trust the one who rebuilds with brilliance. So, walk gently through the coming days. Carry peace as your language, gratitude as your breath. Know that you are being guided still, not by chance, but by design. Every step you take is seen. Every quiet act of faith ripples through eternity. You are not just part of God's story, you are His artistry in motion. The vessel has been shaped. The light within you has found its rhythm. But now, heaven calls you into something deeper, not just peace, not just understanding, but overflow. There comes a time when the cup that has been filled must begin to pour. You've reached that time. You are no longer surviving on grace. You are living from it. Everything that was once a wound has become a well. Every tear, a drop of oil, every prayer, a seed of power. The same places where you once felt empty are now the very places where others will drink from your strength. You are not meant to store what heaven gives. You are meant to circulate it, like blood through a living body. And so, heaven whispers now, be the river, not the reservoir. As recorded in the book of Hebrews, chapter 6, verse 10, God is not unjust. He will not forget your work and the love you have shown him as you have helped his people and continue to help them. 1. Heaven has seen it all the times you gave when you had little, the moments you chose kindness when anger would have been easier, the hours you carried others when you could barely stand yourself. Not one act has gone unnoticed. Each one has been written in light, recorded in heaven's memory as eternal fragrance. You've been faithful in the hidden seasons, and now the harvest of that faithfulness is beginning to appear. But the harvest isn't just for you, it's meant to feed others. The blessing becomes multiplied only when it moves. There was once a farmer named Neriah who prayed for rain every day for 7 years. When the clouds finally came and soaked his land, he celebrated, but only for a moment. Then the Spirit whispered, "Now give seed to your neighbor." Confused, Neriah hesitated, but obeyed. He shared part of his harvest with others who had none. The next season, while his neighbor's fields bloomed, Neriah's field doubled. He realized the truth. Heaven's math multiplies through movement, not hoarding. That's the lesson of your season now. You've been filled not to overflow by accident, but by design. Your overflow is someone else's answer. Heaven's economy is simple. What you release, you increase. The moment you open your hand, God fills it again. The river never runs dry because it keeps flowing. You may not always feel qualified to pour into others, but listen closely. You were not chosen for your perfection. You were chosen for your willingness. Your scars speak languages that sermons cannot. Your life itself has become a living testimony, a letter written in endurance and grace. Even your silence carries anointing now. You walk into rooms and atmospheres shift. You speak a few words and hearts begin to soften. You may not see it, but heaven does. The light within you has grown stronger than you realize. And now, heaven invites you to seal this chapter, not with fear, but with faith, a declaration that says, I am ready to overflow. If your spirit feels that stirring, that holy vibration of readiness, pause and agree with heaven, right here, right now. Comment Tisha Meot Tishim V'Tisha below. This number is not just digits, it is symbolic of divine completion before new creation. It marks the end of waiting and the beginning of releasing. When you write 999, you are declaring that what God began in you is now maturing, ripening, ready to pour. You are saying, my season of receiving has become my season of giving. On each 999 typed below becomes a ripple across heaven's waters, an echo of souls saying, here I am. I'm ready to flow where you lead. Angels, take note of such declarations. Heaven doesn't overlook obedience spoken in faith. Imagine 1,000 rivers joining into one ocean. That's what this moment is. Every person who types that number becomes part of a larger stream, carrying light into places words can't reach. The movement begins quietly, but heaven amplifies it beyond sight. When you write it, let it come from your spirit, not your fingers. Let it mean, I will no longer hold back my love, my wisdom, my story. I will pour it out freely. Ender, your heart was never meant to be a container. It was designed to be a current. And currents change landscapes. They carve valleys, shape rivers, move mountains over time. That is your calling now. Neriah's harvest grew not because of rain alone, but because he learned to share the rain. The same principle rests on you. What you release in faith becomes multiplied. Grace. Do not be afraid to give joy away. You will not run out. Do not hesitate to forgive. Your heart will not grow weaker, it will grow lighter. Every act of love you pour out becomes a seed of expansion in your spirit, your relationships, your destiny. There will be days when you'll feel that gentle nudge again, a name in your heart, a thought to call someone, a sudden urge to pray. Follow it. That's heaven moving through you. You've become a channel of divine mercy, a living stream of restoration. The chosen ones are not just the healed, they are the healers, not because they are perfect, but because they remember the way through the pain. You are one of them now. So, breathe deeply. Feel that sacred current flowing again through your chest, through your words, through your presence. This is not the end of your becoming, it's the beginning of your giving. And as you move forward, remember this truth. The more light you share, the more heaven refills your flame. You will never run dry, for rivers born in heaven cannot cease. Overflow doesn't always look like abundance. Sometimes it looks like simplicity, a life lived so full of quiet meaning that every moment feels sacred. You've entered that season now, where peace is not something you reach for, but something you walk in. The overflow is not in wealth or words, but in wisdom. You no longer react to storms, you respond with stillness. There's something radiant about that kind of maturity, the kind that doesn't shout to prove faith, but moves through life like a steady flame. You've become that light now, calm, consistent, and unafraid of darkness. Heaven delights in this balance, because peace that survives chaos becomes its own form of power. You used to pray for clarity, but now you pray for closeness. That's the sign of growth, when you no longer seek answers, but alignment. The questions don't vanish, they simply stop owning you. You've learned that faith isn't knowing every detail, it's trusting the one who does. As written in the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 26, but the Helper, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you all things and remind you of everything I have said to you. And that promise has been at work within you. The Spirit has been teaching in whispers through loss, through laughter, through loneliness. Every event has been a lesson, every silence a classroom. Heaven never wastes an experience. It translates everything into wisdom. There was once a healer named Amira, who carried deep compassion but struggled to rest. She believed her value came only from helping others, from staying busy with purpose. One day, her body began to weaken. She could no longer move as quickly or serve as tirelessly as before. For months, she wrestled with guilt until one morning, while watching dawn, light scatter across her window. She heard the Spirit whisper, "Your stillness heals too." That sentence changed her life. She learned that the Holy Spirit moves just as powerfully through presence as through action. When she began to rest, those around her began to find calm too. Her silence became sanctuary. You are learning that same truth. The Spirit that lives within you is teaching you to move in peace, to heal without haste, to speak with weight, to rest without guilt. You no longer strive to prove worth. Your existence itself is worship. The world often confuses speed with strength, but heaven measures endurance, not pace. The ocean doesn't rush to meet the shore. It simply keeps returning, wave after wave, sure and faithful. That is the rhythm you now live in. You've become like the tide, steady, resilient, carrying both power and peace. Sometimes you may still feel the pull of old patterns, the urge to fix, to force, to hurry. That's all right. Transformation is not the absence of struggle, it's the presence of awareness. You now recognize when fear tries to lead, and you choose faith instead. That awareness is victory in itself. Look back at who you were even a year ago. The worries that once consumed you have lost their grip. The voices that once defined you no longer hold power. That is the Spirit's quiet work, the reshaping of your identity from the inside out. Amira used to say, "Peace is the sound of heaven breathing through me." You understand that now. There's a rhythm in your days that feels divine, the way conversations unfold with grace. How problems seem to solve themselves once you stop striving. This is what walking with the Spirit feels like. Gentle guidance disguised as daily life. There's something sacred about how you move now. You don't rush decisions. You wait for clarity. You don't panic in silence. You listen for instruction. You've become fluent in heaven's language, the pauses between moments, the peace that follows surrender, the strength that comes after stillness. Every chosen one eventually learns this secret. God's loudest answers often arrive in whispers. You no longer need thunder to know you're heard. The wind, the word, the whisper, they're enough. The Spirit doesn't shout for attention, he rests where he's welcomed. That's why you now carry a sense of calm that feels otherworldly. It's not from trying harder, it's from being open. You've discovered what few ever do, that rest is not retreat. It's revelation. When you step back from striving, you create room for grace to flow. You stop blocking the river with your effort. And suddenly, the current carries you further than force ever could. This kind of surrender isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It's what happens when your soul finally trusts that it's safe to stop fighting. You are safe now, fully, eternally, completely. The Holy Spirit has built something unshakable inside you, not a wall, but a well. A place where you can return again and again for strength that doesn't run out. You've become your own sanctuary, not because you're self-sufficient, but because you've learned to host the divine within. The way you treat others will change too. You'll find yourself forgiving faster, speaking softer, listening longer. It's not effort, it's overflow. When peace lives inside you, it naturally spills outward. Your kindness no longer comes from obligation, but from abundance. There's a quiet kind of authority in that, the kind that doesn't need to control because it trusts the outcome to grace. When you live in this rhythm, you no longer worry about tomorrow because you can feel heaven already there, waiting, Amira spent the rest of her life teaching others what she learned, that healing isn't found in doing more, but in becoming whole. You've reached that same understanding. You are no longer a seeker of peace, you are a carrier of it. So breathe deeply. Let your shoulders drop. Let the air around you remind you that you are held. The Spirit hasn't left, He's leading. The silence isn't absence, it's invitation. Your story is still being written, but the tone has changed. The ink has shifted from struggle to serenity. Every page from now on will echo with quiet confidence, the kind that only comes from walking hand in hand with the one who never lets go. There is a peace that doesn't come from answered prayers, but from understanding why the waiting was necessary. You are now living inside that revelation. The long nights that once broke you have turned into the foundation of your calm. You no longer rush to escape pain. You study what it came to teach you. Heaven has transformed your perception. The same places that used to echo with fear now hum with gratitude. This season isn't about striving for more. It's about resting in what already is. You've stopped measuring your worth by movement and begun recognizing your value in being. That is the essence of maturity, to realize that you were never earning God's love. You were simply learning to receive it. As written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 9, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." That verse once sounded like endurance. Now it feels like freedom. Weakness no longer frightens you, because you've discovered it's where strength hides. The world teaches you to conceal your cracks. Heaven calls you to reveal them, because that's where light passes through. You've learned that faith isn't pretending to be whole, it's allowing grace to hold what's still healing. There was once an old sculptor named Jonas, who spent years working on a marble statue that refused to take shape. The stone was dense and unyielding, and his chisel often broke before it made a mark. One winter, exhausted and ready to quit, he left the statue in the corner of his workshop. Months later, sunlight filtered through a window and revealed faint lines and ridges that had formed naturally through time and temperature. Jonas picked up his chisel again. But this time, instead of forcing the stone, he followed its fractures. In the cracks, he found direction. What once resisted him began to cooperate. The finished piece became his masterpiece, not because it was flawless, but because it bore the story of every strike that shaped it. That's what grace does. It turns resistance into revelation. The fractures of your past have become lines of divine design. The wounds you once wished away now carry wisdom. You've learned to stop asking, "Why did this happen to me?" and start asking, "What is this teaching me?" That shift changes everything. Weakness has become your greatest ally. It reminds you to depend, topose, to pray. It keeps pride quiet and compassion alive. You've discovered that empathy grows best in broken soil. Because of what you've survived, you can now walk into pain without panic, yours or anyone else's. The Spirit has made you into something rare, a person who no longer fears fragility. You don't need to be invincible to be powerful. You just need to be available. God moves best through vessels that admit they can't carry it all alone. When you look at your reflection now, you see both strength and softness, two rivers flowing together in harmony. That balance is what makes you unstoppable. You no longer seek control, you seek connection. You've realized that real authority doesn't dominate, it steadies, heals, and uplifts. Jonas used to tell his students, "The art isn't in what you remove, It's in what you learn to leave untouched. You've come to understand the same truth. Growth isn't always about adding. Sometimes it's about allowing. You've stopped trying to fix everything around you and started trusting that not everything broken needs to be mended by your hands. There's a sacred rhythm to this new life you're living. Some days feel radiant, others quiet, but both are holy. You've become aware that divine presence doesn't fluctuate with emotion. It remains steady as breath. That awareness gives you peace in ways words can't explain. You used to ask heaven for signs. Now, you see them everywhere, in the way the light hits your face, in the way laughter returns easily, in the way your heart no longer trembles when tomorrow feels uncertain. That's how you know grace has completed a circle inside you. You are living proof that what once broke you has become the very thing that carries you. It's strange, isn't it? How peace can be so quiet, yet so powerful. It doesn't announce itself. It simply abides. The storms that once sent you running now find no foothold in your soul. The waves still come, but you float differently now, not fighting the current, but trusting it. That's the secret to peace that endures. It isn't the absence of waves, but the presence of buoyancy. You've learned to rise, not because the water got calmer, but because you finally stopped resisting it. You've also noticed how life has begun to feel lighter. The same responsibilities, the same routines, yet everything feels more manageable. That's because your strength no longer comes from striving, it comes from surrender. The spirit within you has become your quiet power, source unseen but steady. Like a heartbeat beneath calm skin, you have become a living testimony that grace is not abstract, it's architectural. It builds, reshapes, and stabilizes. It restores the parts that broke under pressure, not by replacing them, but by reinforcing them with mercy. There's beauty in your pace now. You walk slower, but with purpose. You speak less, but with truth. You give more, but without depletion. You've learned the holy art of balance, pouring without running dry, serving without losing yourself. The sculptor in you now understands the divine paradox. The masterpiece and the maker are not separate. The Creator doesn't just shape you, He shapes Himself within you. Every prayer, every tear, every surrender has been an invitation for heaven to take residence in your humanity. That's what grace has always been, not a rescue from weakness, but a revelation through it. And so you rest, knowing the carving is complete for now. You are both the sculpture and the story, marked by mercy, glowing through cracks, standing firm, not because you are flawless, but because you are filled. Grace has settled deep within you, and now its glow begins to spread outward. You can feel it, a gentle tug inside your spirit, a desire not to keep what you found, but to share it. When light rests too long in one place, it grows restless, longing to travel. You've become the kind of vessel heaven trusts to carry light forward, not through force, but through presence. The peace that once healed you now becomes your offering to the world. It's no longer about seeking blessings, it's about becoming one. You've learned that every word you speak, every gesture of kindness, every act of faith is like planting a lantern in someone else's darkness. That's what the chosen ones do. They take what heaven gave and multiply it through love. As written in the book of Philippians, chapter 2, verse 13, "For it is God who works in you to will and to act in order to fulfill His good purpose. You are living proof of that promise. The same Spirit that once carried you through weakness is now moving through your hands, your voice, your actions. You no longer act out of obligation, you act out of overflow. Every moment of peace that heaven pours into you becomes a drop of light you release into the world. Think of your life like a candle in a dark cathedral. You burn quietly, steadily, not competing with others, but joining them. One flame doesn't diminish another, it multiplies it. The more the light spreads, the more sacred the space becomes. That's what happens when you like this message. It's not a digital tap, it's the spark of agreement, a silent whisper to heaven that says, yes, this light lives in me too, when you choose to share. Imagine tossing a small pebble into still water. The ripples move outward, touching shores you may never see. Someone somewhere may find this word because of your ripple, and it might be the answer to the prayer they whispered last night. To subscribe is to stay near the flame. It's like walking into a quiet chapel again and again, knowing that each time you return, your soul breathes a little easier. You don't come because you must, you come because the peace here feels like home. And when you donate, it's not payment, it's participation. You are adding oil to a lamp that never goes out. Think of this space as a lighthouse, a steady beam that cuts through fog and storm, guiding hearts back to hope. Your contribution doesn't just keep the light on, it helps it reach farther to distant shores where souls still wander in search of warmth. No one is asked. No one is pressured. The flame will continue to burn, but when hearts join together to tend it, the glow grows wider and warmer. When you give, you are not losing anything. You are releasing something that multiplies. There was once a baker named Ilara who worked in a small village where many went hungry. Each morning she kneaded dough, whispering prayers into every loaf. Sometimes she gave bread away to those who couldn't afford it. People asked her how she could afford to give so much. She smiled and said, "Because every loaf I give returns as joy. And joy always feeds me back." That's how giving works in heaven's economy. You pour out what you have, and God returns it in ways you could never calculate. Peace when you need rest, strength when you feel empty, provision when you least expect it. When you give, whether it's your attention, your encouragement, your resources, it becomes a living echo of gratitude. It's not about money, it's about meaning. You're saying, "This light reached me, and I want it to reach another." Oh, each act, small or large, builds a chain of grace. A like becomes a spark, a share becomes a ripple, a subscription becomes an anchor, a donation becomes a torch. Together, they form a constellation of light across the world, ordinary people carrying extraordinary hope. And perhaps this is how heaven truly moves, not through grand gestures, but through quiet agreements. 1,000 tiny lights choosing to stay lit, refusing to go out. You are one of them now. When you choose to support this flow, in whatever form you feel called, you are joining hands with heaven itself. You're saying, "Let this light keep shining. Let it reach one more soul." And if this word has stirred something in you, peace, gratitude, hope, write a few words below. Leave a comment like, "Light lives here," or "I carry peace." And it's not for applause, it's a mark of connection. Each comment is another candle lit in this shared cathedral of souls. Each one proof that the light continues. You might never meet the person who finds healing through your gesture. You might never hear their name or see their face. But one day, in eternity, they'll thank you not because you gave much, but because you gave from love. That's how heaven measures giving, not by amount, but by alignment. Even your smallest act of faith is seen. Even your quietest generosity is recorded in the architecture of eternity. So, if you ever wonder whether your part matters, remember the lighthouse, steady, silent, saving lives. It will never meet. Your kindness does the same. You don't need to decide now, or ever. Out of pressure, let your heart lead. Let gratitude be your compass. When you act from love, it's never forced, it's divine flow. Because this right here, right now, isn't about support, it's about connection. The kind that stretches beyond borders, beyond language, beyond screens. The kind that feels like heaven breathing through human hands. So stay close to the flame. However you choose, tend it with your presence, your sharing, your heart. Each small act keeps the fire alive, not for one voice, but for all who still walk through shadow. And as the light continues to spread, heaven smiles because you didn't just receive grace, you became part of its movement. There's something sacred about the aftermath of generosity, not the applause, not the acknowledgement, but the quiet satisfaction that lingers long after you've given from the heart. It's the warmth that spreads through your chest, the unspoken knowing that you've aligned with heaven's rhythm. You are walking in that rhythm now. Your spirit no longer strains to find meaning, it flows naturally with it. This season is not about doing more, it's about being more present, being more grateful, being more aware of how divinity breathes through your ordinary moments. You are learning that holiness doesn't only dwell in temples, it lives in time, in laughter shared with someone weary, in a quiet walk when your heart feels at rest, in the stillness of a sunrise that greets you without needing words. You used to chase grand revelations. Now, small moments speak louder than thunder. The whisper of wind against your skin feels like prayer. The scent of morning air feels like blessing. Heaven hasn't changed. You have. Your heart has learned how to listen. As it is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." Stillness has become your sanctuary. You no longer fear quiet spaces because you've realized that's where God speaks most clearly. The noise of life no longer distracts you. It merely fades into the background while peace hums in the foreground. That's the sign of maturity, not needing constant movement to feel alive. There was once a fisherman named Talon who spent his entire life chasing big catches. He traveled to deeper waters, braved storms, and risked much to fill his nets. But one day, his boat drifted into a quiet bay after a long night of empty labor. He sat in exhaustion, watching small ripples dance around his vessel. Then he noticed a school of fish gliding beneath him. Shimmering just below the surface, he hadn't even cast his net. It was as if the sea itself had brought the catch to him. From that day on, he fished differently. He learned to wait. He realized that sometimes the ocean gives when you rest. That story mirrors your journey now. You no longer chase outcomes, you allow them to come. You've learned that trust is not passive, it's powerful. It's the kind of faith that says, I don't have to force what heaven has already promised. You've also learned to appreciate the pauses between victories. Once, silence made you anxious. Now, it comforts you, because you've seen enough to know that God doesn't waste stillness. Every pause is a prelude. Every moment of quiet is a gathering of strength before movement. Your eyes have changed. 2. You no longer see life in fragments of good and bad, success and failure. You see it as tapestry threads of sorrow woven into joy, strands of confusion intertwined with wisdom. From afar, it forms something breathtaking. Up close, the knots and imperfections remain, but you no longer resent them. They're proof that a divine hand was at work. Even when you didn't understand the pattern, you used to think peace meant escape. Now you know it means engagement, being fully present in each moment, without letting fear dictate the next. Peace doesn't isolate you from the world. It integrates you with it. You carry heaven's harmony into everyday spaces, grocery aisles, long drives, late-night reflections. Every space becomes sacred when your awareness is awake. You've also stopped fighting for validation. You used to wonder if your quiet path mattered, if anyone noticed your light. Now you realize the purpose of a lighthouse isn't to be seen by everyone, it's to be seen by the ones who need direction most. Your work, your love, your consistency, they matter more than you know. Heaven measures impact not by applause, but by alignment. There's a certain humility that comes with peace. You don't need to win every battle. You don't need to prove every point. You've learned that silence can be strength, and surrender can be strategy. When you trust the outcome to God, you stop wrestling with what was never yours to control. Talon's story reminds us that what we chase often hides behind what we avoid: stillness. When he stopped striving, the sea rewarded him. When you stopped forcing, heaven began flowing. That's the paradox of divine timing. When you finally let go, you receive what was always meant for you. You've begun to notice that your prayers have changed. 2. They've grown shorter, but deeper, less about asking, more about aligning. You no longer beg for blessings, you breathe gratitude for what already is. The words, "thank you," have replaced entire pages of petitions. And the beauty is, you feel lighter. The burdens you once carried now feel like lessons. The people who once hurt you now feel like teachers. Even your mistakes no longer sting. They sing soft reminders of grace that never ran out. Your soul has matured beyond wishful thinking into faithful living. You've become a reflection of the very peace you once prayed for. That's transformation, not the loud kind, but the lasting kind. The fisherman within you now knows when to cast and when to rest. You no longer confuse busyness with purpose. You understand that doing less doesn't mean being less, it means trusting more. The Spirit has anchored you in a rhythm that matches heaven's heartbeat, unhurried, unwavering, unstoppable. That rhythm will carry you through every future season. So, if you ever feel the pull to return to striving, remember the bay. Remember Talon's quiet miracle, the moment when effort gave way to ease, and provision arrived without struggle. That's what God is teaching you, to receive without fear, to rest without guilt, to trust without hesitation. You are not behind. You are not delayed. You are exactly where grace has guided you, right here, right now, resting on still waters that still move with divine purpose beneath their calm. The still waters you've learned to trust are beginning to reflect something new, not just peace, but purpose reborn in calmness. You are no longer the same soul that once trembled through storms. The lessons of waiting have shaped you into a quiet strength, the kind that doesn't need noise to be powerful. You've discovered that resilience doesn't roar, sometimes it simply endures, steady and sure, like a mountain that remains while seasons change around it. You've walked through enough valleys to know that faith isn't proven in what you escape, but in how you remain. Remaining, that is your new strength. You no longer rush to flee discomfort. You stay long enough to find its wisdom. There was once a gardener named Sael, who planted a fig tree on the edge of his field. For years it bore no fruit. His neighbors told him to cut it down, saying, "It's taking space," and still gives nothing. But Sael refused. Every morning, he watered it gently, whispering prayers into the soil. Then, one spring morning, as the first light touched its leaves, the tree bloomed not in modest fruit, but in abundance. The figs were sweeter than any he had tasted before. Sael smiled and said, "The roots were growing all along. They just needed time." That story is yours. You've been patient in barren seasons, and now unseen roots are bearing quiet fruit. Heaven was never late. It was letting your foundation deepen, as revealed in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 3. They will be called oaks of righteousness, a planting of the Lord for the display of his splendor. You are one of those oaks now, rooted, steady, alive. The winds no longer shake you. They only remind you that you're still standing. You've become what time and trial could not destroy, proof of endurance clothed in grace. This is what divine maturity looks like. The storms you once prayed away have become sacred memories, reminders that even when the rain came, you did not break. The same pain that once made you question God now helps you understand his process. You've stopped measuring your faith by miracles and started measuring it by peace. The ability to sleep through storms has replaced the need to stop them. That's real faith, not control, but confidence in the unseen. You've learned to live from the inside out. The world may still swirl with noise and demands, but your inner landscape has changed. It's no longer crowded with doubt or anxiety. There's space now, room for gratitude, room for clarity, room for grace to move freely. And in that space, the voice of the Spirit moves gently, not demanding, but guiding. You recognize it not by volume, but by peace. It doesn't push, it invites. It doesn't rush, it reminds. This awareness has made you sensitive to timing. You no longer force what isn't ready. You can sense when to move and when to rest, when to speak and when to stay silent. Heaven's rhythm beats inside you now. Sael used to say, "Growth is quiet because the roots work underground." You've discovered that truth firsthand. The times when you felt forgotten were actually the times when your roots were expanding. Heaven grows deep before it grows tall. The fruit of this depth isn't always visible. It's not in applause or opportunity. It's in stability, in joy that doesn't depend on circumstance, in kindness that doesn't need a reason. You carry peace now, not because life is easier, but because your faith has become stronger than fear. And maybe that's why heaven trusted you with seasons that others couldn't have survived, not because you were stronger, but because you were chosen to learn endurance. You've also learned how to protect peace without building walls. You no longer isolate to heal. You include wisely. You've found a rhythm of boundaries that honor your spirit without hardening your heart. The Spirit has been teaching you how to walk in the world, but not of it to be among people yet remain centered. To love deeply without losing yourself. To give freely without emptying your soul. There's a new tenderness growing in you, one that doesn't need recognition. You've become the kind of person who smiles at strangers without needing them to smile back, who prays silently for others without them ever knowing. This is love in its purest form, unseen but unstoppable. Your days might feel quieter now, but that's because heaven has slowed your pace to match divine timing. The old you would have called it stagnation. The new you calls it synchronization. Every delay now feels like alignment. When you wake each morning, there's a sense that heaven is already ahead of you, preparing, aligning, smoothing paths. That confidence doesn't come from wishful thinking. It comes from walking through enough storms to know who commands the wind. The fig tree within you has begun to bloom. You might not see all the fruit yet, but you can feel its life. The dreams you once buried under disappointment are stirring again, not because circumstances changed, but because you did. You no longer doubt whether you deserve joy. You simply receive it. You no longer ask if you're ready. You trust that grace has made you so. Sael's tree stood at the edge of his field, not in the center, not in the spotlight. Yet, its fruit was the sweetest. The edges are where God often plants his greatest works, away from crowds, in silence. That's where you've been on the edge of visibility. But in the center of grace, the waiting was not wasted. The roots were growing, the fruit was forming, the foundation was deepening, and now, the season of blooming is near, not rushed, not noisy, but perfectly timed. You are becoming the oak that others will rest beneath. Your peace will give shade to weary souls. Your endurance will inspire those who still struggle to stand, and you'll understand, finally, that every year of silence was not delay, it was design. There's a stirring in the air, not the chaos of change, but the quiet hum of fulfillment. You can feel it, can't you? The way peace has stopped being an emotion and become an atmosphere, heaven has been aligning unseen details. And the things that once felt far from you are beginning to draw near. It's not coincidence, it's convergence. When you've walked faithfully through the seasons of stillness, heaven begins to reward that endurance with divine timing. You are entering that phase now, where the things you once prayed for begin to appear effortlessly, as if they'd been waiting just beyond the horizon all along. You don't need to chase this next chapter. It's already written to meet you halfway, as it is revealed in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. End quote. This is your reminder. Nothing was wasted. Every delay, every detour, every heartbreak was part of a divine weaving threads of grace, looping through disappointment, forming a pattern only heaven could see. You've been learning to trust the process without seeing the picture, and now that trust is about to show its reward, not in riches or status, but in rightness, the right people, right doors, right peace. There was once a woman named Raina who carried a box of broken glass wherever she went. The shards glimmered beautifully in sunlight, but they cut her hands every time she tried to hold them. One day, An old craftsman saw her struggling and offered to melt the glass in his forge. Raina hesitated. She feared losing what little beauty she had left. But when she finally agreed, he melted the fragments down and shaped them into a window. When the sun rose the next morning, light poured through it, scattering colors across the room. For the first time, the beauty didn't hurt anymore. That's what God has done with your story. The shattered pieces you once carried have been melted, reformed, and set into place. The light now passes through you freely, turning old pain into color, old scars into reflection. You're not just healed, you're transformed. And now heaven whispers, it's time to step fully into the light. You no longer need to apologize for being radiant. You've paid for this glow with tears, with faith, with waiting. This is not arrogance, it's arrival. But as you step forward, heaven asks for one simple act, an acknowledgement of readiness, a way of saying, I'm aligned, I'm available, I'm awake. 1. If this word resonates with your spirit, if something in you feels the quiet yes of confirmation, comment 555 below. That number symbolizes divine alignment. Heaven's way of saying change has arrived. But not chaos. Transition with purpose. When you write 555, you're not calling something new into existence, you're agreeing with what's already begun. It's the moment the caterpillar stops fearing the cocoon, not because it knows how to fly yet, but because it trusts that wings are coming. Typing that number isn't superstition, it's symbolism. You're putting faith into motion. It's your way of saying, I trust the unfolding. And when you comment 555, you're marking this as your turning point, a line between who you were and who you're becoming, a way of telling heaven, I'm not resisting anymore, I'm ready for the transformation you've been preparing me for. And every number carries energy. But 555 carries movement, divine rearrangement that shifts you into alignment with purpose. It doesn't mean struggle, it means synchronization. This is not about rushing into new things, but about flowing into them. You won't need to push doors open, they'll recognize your knock. You won't have to chase connection, those meant for you will find your light. You've grown into the version of yourself heaven designed, grounded, graceful, guided. And if you feel that pull inside, that sacred restlessness, it's not anxiety, it's acceleration. The spirit moves quietly, but decisively. Like wind before dawn, you're not being uprooted, you're being replanted where you can bear more fruit. Raina's window shone most brightly when she stopped trying to hold the light and simply let it pass through. That's your calling now, to be transparent enough for glory to shine through you without resistance. People will feel peace in your presence without knowing why. They'll find healing in your words without realizing they're listening to echoes of heaven. You've become a vessel that transmits divine calm into the chaos of this world. When you step into this next phase, remember, you're not starting over. You're continuing forward. Everything that happened has built the foundation for this unfolding. You don't need to earn this moment. You've already been prepared for it. The work was never about becoming worthy. It was about becoming ready. Take a deep breath and sense it, the shift. The air feels different, lighter, not because the world has changed, but because your spirit finally matches its season. You are aligned. You are in flow. When you write 555, let it be your covenant of trust. Let it mean, I will not fear movement. I will not resist the new. I choose to move with grace. And heaven will respond, not with thunder, but with quiet confirmation, an open door, a sudden peace, a conversation that feels divinely timed. These are the whispers of alignment, proof that grace always meets those who are ready. You are no longer walking in circles. You are walking in rhythm. The light is no longer something you chase. It moves with you now. So step into it fully, with peace in your chest and promise in your eyes. This is not the end of the journey. It's the unfolding of the one you were born for. And as you step, let the comment below be your marker of faith. 555 alignment has arrived. Alignment doesn't always look like movement. Sometimes it looks like stability, a deep, unwavering calm that holds you steady when everything else is shifting. You are in that sacred still point now. The calm between seasons. The moment where purpose and patience meet. Nothing about this quiet is accidental. It's not delay, it's design. Heaven often builds the most in the silence between victories. You've walked through storms that once made you question if you'd ever see sunlight again. But now you stand on solid ground. The wind still blows, but it no longer shakes you. That's what happens when peace moves from your mind into your bones. It becomes unstealable. You no longer depend on signs or confirmations to know you're guided. The trust within you is enough. You can sense direction in stillness now. Feel divine guidance in subtle ways. A thought that repeats softly. A sudden calm that tells you not to worry. A conversation that arrives right on time. You've learned to hear heaven's language in patterns, in pauses, in peace, as declared in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. You've stood the test, maybe not perfectly, but faithfully, and faithfulness has always been greater than perfection. Heaven does not look for flawless hearts, it looks for willing ones. Through every hardship, your spirit stayed open. That is your crown, not of gold, but of endurance, humility, and quiet strength. There was once a runner named Callan who trained for years to run a marathon. On the day of the race, rain poured down, and the course became heavy with mud. Many runners gave up halfway, their shoes soaked and spirits drained. But Callan kept running, not fast, but steady. Near the end, his legs felt like fire, and his breath came in fragments. But he refused to stop. When he finally crossed the finish line, there was no crowd, no cameras, no celebration, just a quiet sky and the sound of rain. Yet, in that silence, he felt the greatest joy of his life. Later, when someone asked what kept him going, he smiled and said, "Because I wasn't racing against others. I was running with God." That is what your journey has become, not a competition, but a conversation. You're no longer chasing milestones, you're walking with meaning. Each step now feels sacred because it's guided. You've learned to measure success differently. It's not about how far you've gone, but how present you've become. You don't need applause to know you've grown. You can feel it in the way your heart responds to the world. Where there was once impatience, there is peace. Where there was bitterness, there is understanding. Where there was fear, there is faith. Callan's rain-soaked finish line mirrors your spiritual arrival. Heaven doesn't always announce victories with trumpets. Sometimes it crowns you in silence. The absence of applause doesn't mean the absence of reward. Some of heaven's highest honors come wrapped in stillness. You've begun to recognize them, the quiet miracles that don't make headlines but make healing possible. The phone call that comes just when loneliness settles in. The unexpected strength to forgive someone you swore you couldn't. The laughter that returns after months of heaviness. These are small crowns, each one placed gently upon your head by unseen hands. And as you wear them, something beautiful happens. You start to see others differently. You no longer judge their pace or path. Compassion has replaced comparison. You see the struggling not as weak, but as becoming. You recognize pieces of your old self in them and find grace instead of pride. This empathy is the true mark of transformation. It means you've moved from surviving grace to serving grace, carrying peace, not just for yourself, but for others. You don't have to preach it, you live it. People sense it in your presence, the way they feel safe, seen, and steadied around you. Heaven delights in that quiet ministry, the kind that doesn't need a stage. You've become a walking sanctuary, a reminder that divine peace can wear human form. That's what it means to be chosen, not to escape the fire, but to carry the light out of it. There's a particular beauty in this phase of your life. You no longer crave certainty, you rest in trust. You no longer cling to outcomes, you cling to peace. The need to control has faded, replaced by the calm assurance that whatever unfolds, you'll be held. Callan once said that after the race, the hardest part wasn't the running, it was learning to rest. You're learning that too. The soul that's used to striving sometimes struggles to be still, even after victory. But heaven invites you now into rest. Not as reward, but as renewal. You've entered the phase where stillness itself is strength. You've proven what needed proving. You've fought the battles that built endurance. Now comes the gentle season, not of testing, but of tending. It's the time to care for your soul like a garden after harvest. Pull the weeds of old worry. Water the soil with gratitude. Let joy sprout naturally, without effort. You don't need to rush the next season. Heaven never plants without purpose. Sometimes, the holiest thing you can do is nothing to sit in peace and let the world move without trying to chase it. The oak tree doesn't run after the wind. It lets the breeze carry its seeds. Your peace will do the same, quietly planting hope in hearts you may never meet. You've become the kind of person who blesses others just by being. That's not ego. It's evidence that grace has completed its work. And when you look back, years from now, you'll see that the crown you wear isn't something you won, it's something you became. Because perseverance didn't make you stronger, it made you still. Peace has settled upon your shoulders like a warm shawl, and purpose hums quietly underneath it. You have walked through valleys, climbed unseen hills, and now you stand in the golden middle, the place between promise and fulfillment. It is here that heaven often whispers, "Now share what you've become." Your light was never meant to be kept in a jar. It was meant to travel, to multiply, to warm others who have forgotten what hope feels like. You are not just a receiver of miracles anymore. You have become a messenger of them. There's a sacred responsibility that comes with transformation. It's not heavy, not forced, it's gentle, like the way a river gives itself freely to the sea. That's what your spirit is learning now, to give from flow, not from fear, As written in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 16, verse 14, let all that you do be done in love. Oh, love, that is the root of every true act. When you move in love, your actions stop being obligation and start becoming offering. When you speak in love, your words carry healing instead of opinion. When you give in love, your gift becomes sacred, not transactional. So when you like this message, let it not be routine. Let it be your amen. A small nod to heaven that says, yes, this truth lives in me. Each like is like lighting a candle in a long hallway of souls, and that small flame helps others find their way. When you share, imagine yourself as the bridge between despair and hope. A single click can be the rope that pulls someone back from spiritual exhaustion. You never know who will stumble across your post at midnight, scroll-worn and weary, whispering, God, send me something. And then they see your shared light, and it's enough to hold them for one more night. To subscribe is to stay near the fire, to keep walking beside the flow of truth that keeps you grounded. It's like returning to the same tree each season, knowing that its shade will always be there. Each time you subscribe, you're not just following a page, you're saying, I choose to keep growing where peace is planted. And then there is the act of donation, the most delicate, sacred of offerings. It is not a command, it is a conversation between you and heaven. Giving is not loss, it's participation. When you give, you add oil to a lamp that has guided you, ensuring it keeps burning for others still wandering through the fog. Think of this space as a well in the desert. You've come here thirsty and found refreshment for your soul. When you give, you're not filling someone else's cup. You're keeping the well from drying up so the next traveler can drink freely, just as you did. Or think of it like a lantern in a storm. Every small donation becomes a drop of oil, keeping the flame steady against the wind. Without it, the light still glows, but when hands join together to tend it, the glow grows wider, warmer, farther reaching. No one is ever asked, no one is ever forced. The light will remain, but when gratitude stirs your heart and you decide, I want to keep this flame alive for others, heaven takes notice. It becomes a whisper of worship, a silent thank you that rises like incense. There was once a woman named Mira who ran a small bakery at the edge of her town. She had little flour, sugar, and faith. Every day, she baked one extra loaf of bread, not for profit, but for whoever needed it most. Some days, she gave it to a child, other days to a traveler, sometimes to no one at all. She would just leave it outside with a note that said, for whoever is hungry. Years later, when a drought came and resources grew scarce, the very people she had fed returned, bringing her wheat, honey, and fruit. They said, you fed us when we were hungry, now let us feed you. That's how giving works in heaven's rhythm. It always circles back, multiplied in unexpected ways. You never lose when you give, you plant, and every seed finds its season. If your heart ever feels moved to pour back into this flow, whether through a donation, a prayer, or a word of kindness, let it come from that same spirit of gratitude. You are not buying anything, you are building something. A shared space of light that continues to reach those who need reminding that heaven still speaks. Even your quiet engagement, hear your likes, your shares, Your simple presence is part of that building. Each act is a small stone in the foundation of something eternal. You are helping craft a cathedral made not of walls, but of words and warmth, a place where weary hearts can come and breathe again. So, act only as you feel led. Give if you wish. Stay if you're drawn. Speak if you're stirred. Let every action spring from the same soil, love. Because when love moves, everything sacred follows. And when you leave this message today, carry this truth with you. You are part of the architecture of light. Your smallest kindness sustains something greater than you can see. So, whether you choose to give, to share, to stay, do it with peace. Do it with freedom. Do it because your heart whispers, "This light helped me. Let it help another." For love never demands. It only invites. And heaven smiles whenever you answer softly, "Yes." There's a tenderness in the air now, a kind of peace that doesn't ask questions, only offers rest. You've walked long enough to know that the journey of faith isn't a straight path, but a dance between surrender and strength. You have mastered the rhythm not through effort, but through endurance. You no longer ask, "Why is this happening?" Instead, you whisper, "What is this teaching me?" That shift, that quiet wisdom, is the fruit of your growth. You've begun to realize something sacred, that every challenge that once scared you was actually heaven's classroom. Every heartbreak was a doorway. Every silence was a sermon. You used to see delay as rejection, but now you understand it was protection. As revealed in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. For the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." That promise is not distant, it's alive in you. You have felt the closeness of a God who didn't abandon you in your weakness, but met you there. You no longer need thunder to know He's near. You can sense Him in the stillness, in the slow mornings, in the way your spirit no longer trembles when the world shifts. There was once a wanderer named Elior, who spent years searching for signs of God. He climbed mountains, crossed deserts, and listened for voices in the wind. But one night, lost beneath a canopy of stars, he fell to his knees in exhaustion. "Where are you?" he whispered. And in the smallest rustle of grass beside him, he heard it, not a voice, but a feeling. Peace. It filled him like light filling a cup. From that moment on, Elior stopped searching for God and began walking with Him. That is your story too. You've stopped striving for proof and started living from presence. You've learned that God doesn't only visit, He abides. And now, the Spirit within you stirs again, not to test, not to challenge, but to remind you, you are ready for the next layer of purpose. You've been walking in faith. Now you'll begin walking in authority. Authority doesn't shout. It stands still when fear wants to run. It speaks calm into chaos, hope into heaviness, truth into confusion. Authority is quiet power, the kind that doesn't need to prove anything, because it knows who sent it. You've grown into that authority. It shows in the way you speak, the way you comfort, the way you move through life now. People feel peace in your presence without understanding why, because heaven's fingerprint rests on your spirit. You carry something rare, the stability of someone who has wrestled with storms and chosen stillness. The time you spent waiting wasn't wasted. It was anointing you. The quiet days, the hidden seasons, those were the forges of your strength. You've become like iron wrapped in silk, soft to touch, but unbreakable beneath. And now, heaven's instruction comes simple and clear. Walk as one who knows they're seen, not by the world, but by heaven. You no longer need external validation, because the King himself has already called you chosen. Eliah's story ended not with fireworks, but with fruit. He became a guide for others, not by preaching, but by walking. His peace drew wanderers home, one by one, until he realized something profound. Sometimes, the greatest ministry is simply being who you are, fully and faithfully. That's where you are now. You don't have to perform. You don't have to prove. You just have to be. And in your being, others will find their way back to hope. If your heart feels that truth, if you know that this season is about walking not in hurry, but in harmony, then let it settle in you. Take a deep breath. Feel that stillness. That's heaven's approval resting on you. And when that peace sinks deep, leave your declaration below. I stand firm. Those 3 words are more than a comment, they are covenant. They mean, I will not be moved by fear. I will not shrink under pressure. I will hold my ground in grace. When you write, I stand firm, you're not announcing defiance, you're affirming foundation. You are saying, I no longer crumble when life shakes. My roots are deep, and my faith is alive. Every time you see those words, they'll remind you that you've come too far to fall. You are not the same person who used to panic at uncertainty. You've become grounded deeply, quietly, divinely. Let your comment be your stone of remembrance, a marker of this moment, this revelation, this spiritual maturity. Just as Israel built altars after victories to remind generations that God had been faithful, your words below will stand as a written altar of faith. I stand firm. A simple phrase, but filled with spiritual gravity. It's a seed of declaration, and heaven will water it. You are stepping into the stage where storms no longer scare you. They salute you, because creation recognizes when someone has learned to stay rooted. Even the wind respects a tree that doesn't break. So stay anchored. Stay aware. You don't need to chase validation when you already carry victory. And as you move through the coming days, remember, peace isn't the absence of challenge, it's the mastery of calm in its presence. You have mastered it. You are no longer fragile faith wrapped in fear. You are enduring faith clothed in grace. Your journey is far from over, but your foundation is unshakable. And from this place, everything new will rise effortlessly. So take a breath, feel the ground beneath you, and type your declaration, I stand firm. Because that's exactly what heaven sees when it looks at you. There is a stillness that follows conviction, not the uneasy silence of doubt, but the deep calm that comes after truth has taken root. You've declared where you stand, and heaven has heard it. Now, something sacred begins to unfold. Confirmation, not in grand displays or sudden miracles, but in the quiet weaving of ordinary days that start aligning themselves around your obedience. You are beginning to see how divine timing works. It doesn't rush to impress. It unfolds with precision. Every step you take in faith seems to meet an invisible bridge, rising to meet your feet. What once required striving now flows with ease. You've entered a season where peace is both your map and your destination. As it is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, in their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. You're walking inside that verse now. The plans you once held so tightly have softened. You no longer grip the future with fear, you hold it with trust. This surrender hasn't made you passive, it has made you powerful. Because true power comes from alignment, not control. There was once a sculptor named Leora who was asked to carve a statue from a block of stone so large she could barely see its top. She started eagerly, hammering, chiseling, cutting away piece after piece. But the more she forced, the more the stone resisted. Frustrated, she almost gave up. Then one evening, an older artist visiting her studio said, "You're fighting the stone instead of listening to it. The figure is already inside, you just have to reveal it." Now, the next day, Leora worked differently. She slowed down. She let her hands follow what the stone suggested, instead of what her mind demanded. In time, the figure emerged, a graceful angel, arms open, face serene. It wasn't what she originally planned, but it was exactly what it was meant to be. That's how heaven works with you now. You no longer live by force, but by flow. You've stopped chiseling your life into rigid shapes and started uncovering what was always inside. Every delay, every redirection, every no has been part of the carving. You are becoming the masterpiece. You were designed to be not perfect, but purposeful. You've also learned to stop comparing your process to others. Some stones crack quickly, others take years to reveal their shape. Yours required patience, and that patience has become your power. You carry the serenity of someone who has learned to trust timing more than talent. Even when life feels uncertain, you no longer panic, because you've seen enough to know that God's hand is steady even when yours trembles. Every season has taught you that divine order doesn't always match human logic, but it always leads to wholeness. The truth is, the life you wanted might have been smaller than the one you were meant for. Heaven had to interrupt your plans to give you something better, not easier, but richer. Now you walk with a kind of quiet confidence that confuses the world. You don't need to prove yourself. Your peace does that for you. You don't need to chase signs. Your stillness attracts them. What's meant for you is already circling, waiting for the exact moment to land. You've become fluent in the pauses of grace. When things slow down, you no longer assume something's wrong. You recognize it as heaven catching up, aligning, adjusting, preparing. Your job isn't to push harder, it's to stay ready. And readiness isn't exhaustion, it's awareness. You've learned to rest without disengaging, to prepare without panic. You move lightly now, knowing that the one who establishes your steps has never missed a beat. Even the obstacles in your path now feel different. You no longer see them as enemies, but as instructors. Each challenge carries a lesson tailored to your growth. The detours that once frustrated you have become the very paths that led to depth. There's a saying among old travelers, the compass doesn't control the wind. It just keeps you facing true north. You've become that compass, steady, aligned, trusting that wherever the spirit blows, you'll still be guided. The sculptor in you, the divine within you, has learned to work with the grain of life, not against it. You no longer waste energy trying to force what isn't meant or cling to what's fading. You understand that sometimes letting go is the holiest act of all. Leora's angel, once buried in stone, now stands in her town's square. Untouched by weather or time, people come to marvel at its beauty. But she smiles quietly, knowing the truth. The art was always there, she just stopped fighting long enough to reveal it. You, too, are a revealing. Every day, another layer falls away, fear, doubt, striving, and beneath it, more of your true nature shines through. You've become evidence of divine patience. When others rush, you wait. When others panic, you pray. When others question, you listen. That doesn't make you perfect, it makes you peaceful. You've reached a point where your life preaches without words. The way you move through disappointment, the way you respond to delay, these are sermons written in grace. The world may not always recognize it, but heaven celebrates it. There is strength in restraint, holiness in stillness, and power in patience. These are not just lessons, they are legacies. You will leave behind not noise, but peace that echoes. The angel within the stone was never lost. It was waiting, and so were you. Every season you've endured was heaven's hand carving away what wasn't needed. And now, the figure that remains your truest self stands radiant under the light of understanding. This is what divine establishment feels like, not a destination, but a deep settling of the soul. You no longer reach outward for proof. You live as proof. You've stopped asking when and started saying thank you, because you finally see the plan was never broken. It was being built. There's a quiet maturity that only time can give, the kind that softens your voice and steadies your gaze. You've entered that stage now. You no longer crave the thrill of beginnings or the comfort of endings. You find peace in the middle. That's where the truth of who you are has taken root, not in the rush of discovery, but in the rhythm of becoming. Your faith has deepened from something you spoke into something you embody. It no longer depends on emotion or proof. It lives in your breath, your patience, your posture. The storms that once sent you to your knees now only remind you how far you've come. As revealed in the book of Hosea, chapter 10, verse 12, sow righteousness for yourselves, reap the fruit of unfailing love, and break up your unplowed ground, for it is time to seek the Lord, until he comes and showers his righteousness on you. You've done exactly that. You've broken the hard ground of your heart, the soil that once resisted growth. Every tear, every act of surrender, every hard choice to forgive has been a seed. And now, you're beginning to see the first fruits, not always visible, but felt in the peace that no storm can shake. There was once a violin maker named Orin, known not for speed, but for patience. It took him years to finish a single instrument. When apprentices asked why, he said, "Because I don't build for sound, I build for soul. The wood must learn to breathe before it can sing." Many didn't understand him until they heard his violins. Decades later, their tones rich, haunting, filled with warmth that no factory-made instrument could replicate. Time had aged them into perfection. That's what your life has become. A melody that took years to form, but now resonates deeply. The pain, the pauses, the silent prayers, all were part of the crafting. You are not a rushed creation. You are a carefully tuned instrument of grace. You've learned that not every answer comes quickly. The finest things take time because they are built to last. And in your waiting, you've discovered treasures The hurried never find patience that protects peace, wisdom that replaces worry, faith that doesn't need fireworks to believe. There's a sacred kind of strength in your gentleness now. You don't shout your truth, you live it. You don't force understanding, you embody it. Your very presence has become a kind of sermon, not loud, but lasting. The unplowed ground in you, the places you once avoided, has become fertile. It's in those places that compassion now grows. You understand pain in a way that allows you to comfort others without judgment. You no longer run from your story. You use it as a map for someone else's healing. This is the quiet reward of endurance. Heaven doesn't always repay in miracles. Sometimes it repays in depth. You've become deep water calm on the surface, but powerful beneath. The winds of life can stir the top, but they can't move what's anchored below. Orin's violins aged in silence before they sang. The wood stretched, adjusted, learned how to hold tension without breaking. The sound that eventually came out wasn't just notes, it was the echo of patience. In the same way, your voice now carries that resonance. When you speak, it's not hurried or heavy, it carries history. It carries healing. People will begin to notice that. They might not know your story, but they'll feel it. They'll feel peace in your presence, safety in your silence, light in your words. That's what happens when you've been shaped by time and tenderness. Your very energy becomes ministry, and you no longer need to explain it. You've learned the art of resting in what you know. The truth inside you doesn't demand validation anymore. It simply exists. It's the kind of confidence that can only come from communion, from walking long enough with God to recognize His steps beside your own. The harvest you're entering won't be loud. It will come in moments, unexpected blessings, small affirmations, connections that feel divinely timed. You won't have to chase them, they'll find you naturally. Because when you live in alignment, the harvest always locates the sower. You've also learned that love, real, holy love, isn't something you search for, it's something you grow into. It's not an emotion, it's a state of being. You are learning to love not from need, but from overflow. That's the difference between old faith and mature faith. One asks to receive, the other gives because it already has. There's peace in knowing that not everything unfinished needs fixing. Some things are meant to stay open, to let light in. You no longer demand closure from every chapter. Some stories are meant to end quietly, not because they failed, but because their purpose was already fulfilled. The more you release control, the lighter your spirit becomes. You've realized that surrender isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It's trusting that the one who began the good work in you will be faithful to finish it, even when you can't see how. And in that trust, you found joy again. Not the fleeting kind that comes from circumstance, but the steady kind that flows from gratitude. You wake up and breathe peace. Even before you see reason to, you smile at uncertainty. Because you know, whatever comes, you'll be carried. The rain in Hosea's promise has started to fall. Quietly, consistently. You can feel it not just around you, but within you. It's watering the seeds you once buried in tears. Soon, the fields of your spirit will bloom, not because you forced them to, but because you finally stopped uprooting what heaven was nurturing. This is what grace looks like when it matures. Calm, content, complete. The old striving has gone. The inner battles have eased. You are not chasing destiny anymore. You are dwelling in it. And that's the mark of one who's truly grown. You've stopped reaching for the mountaintop and started realizing that the view was within you all along. There's a certain beauty in divine timing. It never arrives early, yet it's never late. You are standing in that perfect moment now, the sweet intersection between what was and what is becoming. You can feel it in your spirit, a gentle stirring, like dawn stretching her light across the horizon. This is the season where revelation meets readiness. You've been prepared quietly for this unfolding, and heaven is about to show you why the wait had to last this long. Everything that once felt delayed is now beginning to align. The doors that once stayed closed are unlocking with ease. And the peace you carry is the key. You don't need to knock loudly anymore. Grace recognizes you by name. As declared in the book of Zechariah, chapter 4, verse 6, "Not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit, says the Lord Almighty." No, that truth has been written into the rhythm of your days. You're no longer forcing outcomes through strength. You're allowing them through surrender. What once required struggle now responds to stillness. Heaven is working through you, not around you, and that's what makes this moment holy. There was once a traveler named Soren who spent years wandering through mountain paths in search of a legendary spring said to heal all weariness. He carried maps, followed stars, climbed cliffs, and crossed valleys. But one morning, as he stopped to rest beside a quiet stream, he dipped his hand into the water and realized it was the spring. It had been flowing beside his path the entire time. He laughed, not in frustration, but in awe. The miracle he chased was never hidden. It was just disguised as ordinary. That's your revelation now. The miracle isn't coming from afar. It's already within reach. The blessing isn't arriving from the outside. It's been growing quietly inside you all along. Heaven didn't forget you. It was forming you. And now, as the air around you shifts, the Spirit whispers softly, "It's time." Not time to strive, but time to step. Time to act from assurance, not anxiety. Time to live like you believe. The promise has already begun to unfold. But before you move, heaven invites you to mark this moment, to acknowledge it not with noise, but with a sign of faith that speaks both to yourself and to heaven. If your spirit senses that this message is confirmation that this is your moment of awakening, your signal that the waiting has finished its work, then type below 444. Oh, this number symbolizes foundation. It means establishment, stability, divine order. When you write 444, you're declaring that your roots are ready and your path is secure. You're saying, "I am no longer wandering. My steps are aligned. My foundation is set in faith." When you type it, let it mean something deeper than digits. Let it be your covenant, your way of saying, "I trust the Spirit to sustain what has begun." Because this season is not about chasing, it's about carrying. You're not waiting for miracles, you're walking as one. You are the evidence of answered prayer, living, breathing, unfolding proof that grace doesn't skip over the patient. When you comment 444, imagine it like carving your initials into the trunk of a strong oak, a declaration that you were here, that you stood through the storm, that you chose faith over fear. Heaven honors those markings. Angels take note when faith speaks quietly but confidently. The foundation you've built has depth now. You're not easily shaken anymore. Because you've seen how divine timing redeems every delay. You've learned that sometimes heaven hides progress beneath patience, and when the unveiling finally comes, it's always worth the wait. Soren's story reminds us of something simple yet profound. Not every journey is about finding something new. Sometimes it's about recognizing what's already been given. You've been walking with answers. You didn't realize you had wisdom earned through endurance, peace grown through perseverance, joy hidden inside surrender. You are not starting from scratch. You are building from stability. Everything you've learned, every lesson absorbed, every tear turned into clarity, all of it has become your foundation. You are unshakable now because you've seen too much of God's faithfulness to ever doubt His hand again. And that's why this next chapter will unfold differently. It won't be marked by striving, but by ease, not because life is easier, but because you are stronger. You move in sync with heaven now, not ahead of it. Every word you speak, every decision you make will carry new weight, because it's built on revelation, not reaction. You've stopped chasing signs. Now signs follow you. You've stopped begging for blessings. Now blessings are magnetized by your peace. That's what 444 really means: divine alignment under divine authority. It's the stable ground beneath miracles. It's heaven saying, "You're ready to build." You've been prepared to carry influence not through titles, but through transformation. Your story itself will become someone else's map. The way you kept walking when you felt lost, the way you stayed faithful when results didn't show, these will become testimonies that lead others to hope again. The foundation of your faith is not fragile. It's fortified by grace, sealed by obedience, and reinforced by every time you refuse to quit. That's why heaven can trust you with more now. You've proven that peace doesn't make you passive, it makes you powerful. Soren returned to his village and told no grand story of discovery. He simply built a small bench by the stream and left a sign that said, "Rest here. The water you seek already flows." Less. Maybe that's your assignment now, to remind others that the miracle they seek isn't distant. It's already here, in the quiet flow of everyday grace. So pause for a moment. Feel the calm that's been growing in you. Sense the divine order settling everything into place. That's the Spirit whispering, "You're standing on solid ground now." And if you feel that truth resonating, leave your mark. Write 444 below, not as a request, but as recognition, not as hope for something distant, but as celebration for what's already begun, because this is your foundation, seasoned steady, strong, sacred, and from this place, everything built will last. You've reached a place in your journey where gratitude begins to overflow naturally, not because everything is perfect, but because your heart finally understands how to recognize grace in all things. You look back, and what once felt like broken roads now appear as sacred paths. Every detour had purpose. Every loss carved space for something better to arrive. And now, as your story continues to unfold, heaven invites you into a new rhythm, one of giving, not out of duty, but out of delight. You've received light faithfully. You've let it heal, restore, and strengthen you. But light, when kept, fathis, it grows brighter when it's shared. That's how heaven's economy works. What you give multiplies, and what you release returns in unexpected ways. As revealed in the book of Luke, chapter 6, verse 38, "Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. For with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. Our quote. You've lived that verse without even realizing it. Every time you encouraged someone, prayed for another, forgave quietly, or shared hope when you were tired, you were sowing light. And heaven keeps count of every seed. Now, this space, this message, this flow is one of those gardens where your seeds continue to grow. It's more than words on a screen. It's a living current of peace that has reached countless hearts. And each time you like, share, or subscribe, you help that current move a little further. When you like, it's not about numbers. It's a simple way of saying, this truth has touched me. Think of it as a small ripple in still water, the moment your spirit acknowledges resonance. That ripple might be what leads another soul to the same peace you found here. When you share, imagine you're carrying a lantern through a dark valley. Somewhere, someone is walking behind you, and the glow from your light becomes their guide. Your share might reach a weary soul at midnight, someone who needs a reminder that heaven still speaks. To subscribe is to stay close to that light, to let the flame continue warming you week by week. It's not a task. It's a return, like coming home to a familiar voice that reminds you of hope. And then there's the deeper kind of giving, the kind that flows straight from gratitude, the kind that says, this light has changed me, and I want to keep it burning for someone else. End well. That's what a donation means here. It's not a fee, not an expectation. It's a love offering, an act of participation. Think of it like adding oil to a lamp you've sat beside for months. The lamp doesn't demand it, but your heart whispers, let's keep this glow alive for another traveler. Every small gift becomes a flame that keeps this light moving, a bridge for words to reach the broken, a soft glow for souls finding their way. Your contribution doesn't just sustain a message, it expands a mission. There was once a woman named Amaya who lived near the coast. She collected sea glass, small fragments of bottles and jars once shattered by storms. Every morning she'd walk the shore, picking up pieces polished by time, turning them into necklaces. When people asked why, she said, because something once broken can still reflect light if someone cares enough to lift it. That's what your giving does. It lifts the fragments, the forgotten, the weary. It turns brokenness into beauty. Each gift, no matter how small, becomes a thread of care that ties heaven's hope to human hands. If you've ever felt peace here, if these words have helped you breathe again, know that you are already part of something luminous. And if you ever feel moved to help it reach farther, to add oil to the flame, to lift another soul, you can. Quietly, freely, only as your heart leads. Giving doesn't diminish you, it deepens you. It aligns your energy with heaven's, because every act of generosity is a mirror of the divine heart. So whether you like, share, subscribe, or donate, let it come from love. Let it be an echo of gratitude, not a gesture of obligation. This space is not built on pressure, it's built on peace. You are never asked, only invited. The light will continue either way. But when you choose to add to it, heaven records that moment as worship. Amaya's sea glass glowed brighter each year, because the sunlight knew exactly how to touch what had been redeemed. In the same way, your generosity, in whatever form, catches heaven's light and sends it scattering beautifully across unseen waters. And maybe that's what giving truly is, the art of reflection, not losing what you have, but multiplying what you've been given. When you act from that space, from pure gratitude, something shifts inside you. Peace deepens. Joy anchors. You begin to sense heaven smiling, not because of the amount, but because of the heart behind it. So breathe for a moment. Let gratitude rise keenly. You don't have to decide anything now. Just remember the light that found you still wants to find others. And through your small act of love, it will. Like, if your spirit felt peace, share. If you want to pass that peace along, subscribe. If you wish to stay close to the flow, give. Only if your heart whispers, yes. No pressure, no demand, just invitation from one flame to another. Because when love moves freely, heaven multiplies it endlessly. You can feel it, can't you? That quiet rising inside, not of striving, but of certainty. It's not loud, not rushed. It's the whisper of realization. You've become who you were meant to be. This isn't pride, it's awareness. For so long, you fought to find yourself. But now you see that heaven was never waiting for perfection, only for surrender. And surrender has finally brought you strength. You're walking lighter now. The weight of what if has fallen away, replaced by a peace that doesn't ask for proof. You no longer chase signs, you carry them. Everything around you seems to echo the same truth. You are aligned, equipped, chosen, and moving with purpose. As revealed in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. And that promise has never been more visible in your life. The good work has taken years, shaping you quietly while the world thought nothing was happening. But now, the fruit is undeniable, not always external, but deeply internal. You are stable in spirit, gentle in heart, bold in truth. There was once a potter named Nara, who made clay lamps for her village. Her work was known for one thing: the light always shone brightest from the cracks. When asked why she didn't fix the imperfections, she smiled and said, "Because the cracks are where the fire breathes." You've become that lamp. Every scar, every season that left a mark, those are not flaws. They're channels through which heaven's light escapes. The world doesn't need your perfection, it needs your glow. And now heaven calls you to shine not with noise, but with grace. Not to prove, but to reveal. Your peace is your ministry now. The way you respond to conflict, the calm in your tone, the compassion in your eyes, all of it speaks louder than sermons. You've become living proof that transformation doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it just radiates quietly, like dawn spilling over mountains. But with every new level of peace comes a choice: to stay silent or to stand steady, to keep the light hidden or to lift it higher. You don't need to shout your truth, but you are being asked to own it, to live it fully, fearlessly, faithfully. This is where heaven's gentle challenge arrives, not a demand, but an invitation. Will you walk boldly in what you've become? If this message resonates, if something in your heart whispers, "Yes, this is where I am," then mark it below. Leave a simple declaration of agreement. Light moves forward. No, those 3 words carry meaning beyond comment or affirmation. They are your way of saying, "I'm not retreating into fear. I'm not hiding behind hesitation. My light isn't staying still, it's moving forward. When you write, light moves forward. You're aligning yourself with heaven's momentum. It's not just about progress, it's about purpose. You're agreeing that your growth isn't meant to stay contained, it's meant to travel, to touch, to illuminate. You may not realize it yet, but your presence has already begun to change the atmosphere around you. Conversations that once drained you now flow with peace. People who meet you leave lighter, even if they can't explain why. That's what happens when a soul stops wrestling and starts radiating. Your light doesn't shout. It settles. It steadies. It reminds others that stillness is not weakness, it's wisdom. You've learned how to burn without burning out. How to shine without showing off. That balance is rare. That's what makes you a chosen one. Nara's lamps filled her village with warmth during the coldest nights. Travelers said they could spot her glow from far away, not because it was the brightest, but because it was the most consistent. That's the kind of influence you're stepping into now, quiet, steady, enduring. Consistency is the new form of courage. To wake up every day and choose peace. To keep faith when no one's watching, that's what changes the world. The flash fades, the flame remains. When you type, light moves forward, you're saying you choose the flame. You choose to carry peace wherever you go. You choose to respond with love, even when misunderstood. You choose to walk into rooms, not to impress, but to illuminate. And heaven sees that. Every quiet act of kindness, every moment you bite back bitterness, every time you breathe before reacting, those are miracles in motion. They ripple through eternity. Unseen, but undeniable. You no longer need recognition for your light. You just need to keep it alive. Because the world doesn't change through noise, it changes through presence. And your presence has become a reflection of divine peace. There's something profoundly sacred about people who keep shining after they've been shattered. You are one of them. And your cracks, your once painful places, have become windows of glory. This next chapter won't require you to strive harder. It will ask you to stand taller, to carry your light with quiet conviction, to remember that every word you speak, every space you enter, carries heaven's fingerprint. Light moves forward. It's not just a phrase, it's your prophecy. It's a reminder that what began in secret will not stay hidden. Your peace will travel. Your story will inspire. Your presence will heal. So, let the words flow from your heart to your hands. Type them. Feel them. Believe them, because light doesn't look back, it moves forward. And now, so do you. When you write, light moves forward. You're not just commenting, you're declaring motion. You're saying, my spirit will not stagnate in fear or pain. It will continue to grow, to glow, to guide. Those words become a spiritual compass, pointing your life toward purpose. They remind heaven that you are ready for expansion, ready to carry peace beyond comfort, to bring light into spaces that still tremble with doubt. This declaration tells the universe, I no longer wait for signs, I become one. No, every time you see that phrase again, let it awaken your courage. Let it remind you that divine energy never retreats. It only rises. Your comment becomes a spark small, yet capable of setting 1,000 hearts alight. There is a peace that only comes after you stop waiting for life to make sense and start trusting that every piece already fits. You've entered that peace now, not the fragile kind that breaks with bad news, but the deep, quiet confidence that survives the shaking. You no longer rush to explain your story, you simply live it. The most beautiful part of this season is how natural faith has become for you. It's no longer something you reach for in desperation, it's the air you breathe. The same storms that once made you tremble now serve as proof that you're protected. Every time the wind rises, you remember you've survived worse, and you've come through wiser, as declared in the book of Psalms, chapter 1, verse 3. That person is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever they do prospers. That is the reflection of your soul right now, rooted, nourished, and unshaken. You don't fear changing seasons anymore, because you've discovered that your roots drink from a source that never runs dry. There was once a craftsman named Eden who built boats by hand for the fishermen in his coastal town. He never rushed his work. While others tried to speed the process, Eden would take his time choosing the right wood, testing its balance, listening for the tone it made when struck. People thought he was slow, until the storms came. The boats he made never broke. They bent, they rocked, but they stayed afloat. You've become like Eden's boats, not flashy, but faithful. You've been built by time, shaped by truth, and sealed by storms. The waters of life no longer frighten you, because you trust the craftsmanship that formed you. Heaven didn't build you for calm seas, it built you to endure waves. This stability isn't boring, it's sacred. It's what allows you to see beauty even in the ordinary. The same sunrise you once ignored now feels like a personal letter from God. The small moments, a quiet cup of coffee, the laughter of someone you love, the stillness before sleep have become holy. You used to think miracles had to be massive, but now you see them everywhere. In the way you wake up with peace, in the way your heart no longer panics over uncertainty, in the way time itself feels softer, slower, more intentional. That's the fruit of rootedness. You've stopped chasing excitement and started cultivating consistency. You no longer need to escape life to find God. You find Him within life itself. There's a power in quiet faith that most people overlook. It doesn't shout, doesn't demand attention, but it transforms everything it touches. You've become that kind of force, gentle, but unmovable. Even your perspective on pain has changed. What used to feel like punishment now feels like pruning. You understand now that growth isn't about gaining more, it's about shedding what no longer serves your purpose. You've let go of resentment, of overthinking, of the need to control, and in their place, grace has rooted deeper. Eden used to say that boats weren't meant to escape the sea, they were meant to understand it. You've learned the same lesson. You no longer pray for storms to stop, you ask for strength to steer. And that's how you know maturity has taken root. Your peace doesn't depend on circumstance. It depends on connection. Each challenge you face now feels like a wave, strong, but temporary. It passes. You stay. That staying power is your testimony. You've learned to bend without breaking, to float without fear, to wait without worry. There's something eternal about this steadiness. It's the kind of peace that doesn't just bless you, it blesses everyone around you. People will start to feel safer when they're near you. Not because you have all the answers, but because you carry presence. You've become an anchor in a drifting world. And in that anchoring, something miraculous happens. Others begin to find their own footing through you. They watch how you move, how you respond, how you forgive. Your calm becomes contagious. Without preaching, without forcing, you become a silent sermon, a reminder that grace is stronger than chaos. The older you grow in spirit, the more you realize that the goal of faith isn't to escape the storm, but to carry peace through it. You're not trying to prove your belief anymore, you're living proof of it. And so you keep moving, gently but confidently, not hurried, not hesitant, just steady. You've realized that God's timing isn't something to fight, it's something to flow with. Every pause has purpose. Every delay heeds divine choreography. Eden's boats didn't look perfect when finished. They bore scratches, dents, and uneven textures, but each mark told a story of endurance. You, too, carry marks of your making, scars that tell the truth of survival, wrinkles that testify to wisdom, eyes that shine with knowing, and all of it is beautiful. You've stopped measuring life by outcomes and started valuing it by awareness. The destination doesn't matter as much anymore, because you've found joy in the journey itself. You are the tree by the water, the boat that floats through storms, the soul that remains when everything else shakes. That's the quiet miracle of now. You no longer strive to hold peace, you've become peace. And peace like that doesn't fade. It flows. So rest easy. The roots are deep, the river is steady, and your leaf will not wither. You're not just surviving anymore, you're thriving in stillness. And from this grounded grace, every future blessing will bloom effortlessly. The days feel different now, not louder, not faster, but fuller. Every sunrise seems to hold a quiet invitation. Live slowly. Love deeply. Listen carefully. You've entered a season where presence matters more than progress. The need to prove yourself has dissolved, replaced by the joy of simply being aligned with what is right. You no longer wake up chasing purpose. You wake up walking in it. Purpose has stopped being a distant goal and become your natural state of being. It flows through how you speak, how you move, how you treat the world around you. What once felt like searching now feels like breathing, as written in the book of Colossians, chapter 3, verse 17, and whatever you do, whether in word or deed, do it all in the name of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks to God the Father through him. That verse captures the quiet excellence that now defines you. You no longer do things for attention or achievement. You do them in reverence. Even the smallest task, done in love, has become a form of worship. Folding clothes, making tea, helping someone, speaking gently, each act becomes holy when done with gratitude. There was once a stonemason named Tarin who worked on building a great cathedral in his city. Every day he carved the smallest details into blocks of stone that would be placed high above the ground, places no one would ever see. One afternoon, a visitor asked, "Why spend so much time on what will never be visible?" Tarin smiled and said, "Because God will see it." That story is your reflection now. You've begun doing sacred work in secret, not for applause, not for reward, but for the quiet joy of knowing heaven notices what others overlook. You've stopped performing and started participating. You no longer seek visibility, you seek value. It's the hidden work that has shaped your strength. The prayers whispered when no one was watching. The forgiveness offered with no thanks. The patience practiced in silence. Those moments built your inner cathedral, unseen by others, but radiant in heaven's light. You've also learned to appreciate simplicity again. The beauty of an ordinary day no longer escapes you. You've found wonder in routine, the soft rhythm of repetition, the grace that hides inside the mundane. Turin's cathedral took decades to complete. Many builders never lived to see its final form. Yet, every generation continued the work faithfully, trusting that even if they couldn't witness the finish, their hands had contributed to something eternal. You've learned to live with that same mindset, to plant seeds whose trees you might never sit under, to trust that your contribution matters, even if the result isn't immediate. The world often measures success by speed, but heaven measures it by sincerity. You've slowed down enough to understand that now, slow, careful choice. Each thoughtful act carries eternal weight. You no longer rush through days, you inhabit them. And inhabiting your days has opened your eyes to how divine the ordinary really is. A sunrise is no longer just a start, it's a message. The laughter of a loved one feels like worship. The quiet of night feels like a hymn. You've stopped compartmentalizing sacredness. Life itself has become the temple. Every breath feels like prayer. Every kindness feels like communion. There's a grounded wisdom that comes with this awareness. You've realized that the point of faith isn't escape, it's embodiment. God doesn't only meet you in miracles, He meets you in moments. In the rhythm of work, in the sound of rain, in the still heartbeat between tasks. You've also learned to value imperfection. The cathedral of your soul bears chips, cracks, uneven edges, but that's what makes it beautiful. Perfection was never the goal. Authenticity was. You no longer pretend to be unbreakable. You've learned to let your vulnerability shine as proof of grace. It's strange, isn't it? How much peace can exist in imperfection once you stop fighting it? You've learned to look at what's unfinished and say, even this is holy. The more you live this way, the more light you carry, not the kind that blinds, but the kind that warms. You've become a steady glow in the lives of others. A reminder that peace doesn't need to be loud to be powerful. You've also noticed how naturally gratitude flows through you now. It's no longer forced, it's instinct. You thank heaven for things that once went unnoticed, small mercies, slow mornings, unspoken protection. That constant thankfulness has become your greatest shield. Worry rarely visits hearts full of gratitude. Turin once said that carving stone taught him patience more than any sermon ever could. You can't rush beauty, he said. If you cut too quickly, you ruin the form. You've learned the same lesson about your life. Rushing ruins rhythm. You now let things unfold at the pace of grace. Even the dreams that haven't yet manifested no longer cause anxiety. You've seen enough divine timing to know they will come when they're meant to, and when they do, you'll be ready. This peace doesn't make you passive, it makes you present. You work with care, speak with intention, and rest with trust. You live in a flow that few find, the sacred middle between doing and being, and that's what maturity in spirit truly looks like. Not constant excitement, but constant awareness. You are awake to wonder. You see God not only in victories but in valleys, not only in breakthroughs but in the breaths between them. Your life has become a cathedral, one still being built, but already beautiful. Every day adds another stone, another curve, another touch of grace. It doesn't have to be finished to be holy. And when people look at you, they may not see the full structure, but they'll feel the presence that dwells within it. That quiet peace, that steady kindness, that light that doesn't fade. This is the art of living in alignment, working in silence, walking in gratitude, and knowing that every hidden act of love builds eternity brick by brick. The deeper your faith roots itself, the more your life becomes a reflection of balance, the harmony between heaven and earth, between doing and being. You've reached that delicate place where action and stillness no longer compete, they coexist. You don't have to force momentum anymore. You've learned that divine flow doesn't need your control, only your cooperation. There's a rhythm inside you, now, a quiet pulse that guides your days with grace. You can sense when to move and when to pause, when to speak and when silence says more. It's not about instinct alone, it's about intimacy with the Spirit. The more time you've spent listening, the more fluent you've become in the language of peace, as written in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. And that verse has become the melody of your days. You've stopped fighting time. You've learned that seasons serve you, each one chiseling, cleansing, or cultivating something essential. What once felt like delay now feels like design. You no longer resent winter, because you understand that roots grow deepest when unseen. You've become a soul that honors process. You no longer demand answers from heaven. You allow revelation to unfold. The hunger for control has been replaced with trust, and that trust has made you free. There was once a gardener named Selah who worked in the hills above her village. Her garden was known not for abundance, but for timing. Her plants never bloomed early, yet never failed to flower. When asked her secret, she said, "I don't tell the soil what to do. I just learn when to listen." She knew when to water and when to wait, when to prune and when to let things rest. Her gift wasn't in planting, but in patience. You've become like Selah, patient with the soil of your own life. You don't rush the harvest anymore, because you trust the one who planted the seed. You've learned that nothing meant for you can wither before its time. This awareness has changed the way you see everything. You've stopped labeling moments as good or bad. Instead, you call them necessary. Even the painful ones carry instruction. Even the quiet ones carry promise. You see God not only in the sunlight, but also in the shade. Your spiritual eyes have matured. You can now look back at the path behind you and see how every detour, every heartbreak, every unanswered prayer led you exactly where you were supposed to be. You no longer wish to erase the past. You honor it as the soil that raised your roots. Peace has made you selective with your energy. You no longer fight every battle, only the ones that matter. You don't argue to be right. You choose to be kind. You don't chase recognition. You walk in quiet authority. These shifts might seem small, but they're evidence of evolution. You've traded reaction for response, exhaustion for discernment. Selah often said that every garden has weeds, but the wise gardener doesn't rage against them. She simply removes them when the time is right. You've learned that lesson with your emotions. 2. You no longer fight every negative feeling. You observe it, tend to it, and let it pass. Emotional weeds don't scare you anymore, because you've learned they don't last. This spiritual composure has become your protection. You don't collapse under pressure. You recalibrate. You don't panic when plans change. You pivot with grace. The flexibility of faith has replaced the rigidity of fear. And now, because you've stopped trying to control life, life has started to cooperate with you. Doors open more naturally. Opportunities flow more freely. You've learned to live from alignment, not ambition. What's remarkable is how content you've become with simplicity, the old hunger for more validation, more approval, more noise has kitted. You've discovered that enough was never about quantity, it was always about awareness. The moment you stopped comparing, contentment found you. You've also realized that faith isn't about striving for constant joy, it's about maintaining peace through every emotional weather. Some days are bright, others cloudy, but the sky doesn't cease to exist when it's covered. You are that sky now steady, wide, and welcoming. Sailor's hillside garden became a place of pilgrimage, not because it was the largest, but because people said it felt alive. Visitors would walk its paths and leave calmer than when they arrived. Her secret, she said, was that she prayed over the soil, not for productivity, but for peace. If peace lives in the roots, she said, fruit will follow. When you've become a living garden of that kind, people don't always know why they feel lighter around you, they just do. It's because you've cultivated peace so deeply that it radiates without effort. You are the proof that spiritual stability is magnetic. You've also learned the beauty of silence. Once, you filled every pause with words, afraid of stillness. Now, silence feels sacred. You know it's in the quiet that heaven whispers loudest. You listen without demanding, wait without worrying, and receive without resistance. That's not passivity, that's mastery. This level of awareness doesn't make life easier, but it makes it meaningful. You no longer need to escape it, you experience it fully. You've learned that the ordinary is not empty, it's divine, disguised as daily life. When rain falls, you no longer ask it to stop, you let it soak. When plans change, you no longer complain, you adapt. When endings come, you don't grieve alone, you thank the season for what it taught. That's the grace of maturity, to hold everything lightly because you finally trust that nothing good ever truly leaves. The garden of your soul has reached equilibrium. Every root is balanced, every branch steady, every leaf nourished. It doesn't mean storms won't come, it means they won't shake what's been anchored in eternity. And as you move through the final steps of this journey, remember, your life has become its own ecosystem of grace. You no longer depend on outside rain, you've learned to draw water from within. The spirit that began this transformation is still cultivating something deeper, something lasting, something eternal. You are both the gardener and the garden steady, sacred, sufficient. The horizon glows softer now. The air feels lighter, the noise quieter, as if heaven itself is exhaling with you. You've walked through valleys, climbed unseen mountains, and weathered storms that once made you doubt your strength. Yet here, you are still standing, still shining, still carrying the peace that was once only a prayer. This is not the end of your story. It's the quiet unfolding of everything that was promised. You used to chase moments like this, seasons of calm, of arrival, thinking they were the destination. But now you understand. Peace isn't a place you reach. It's a presence you carry. The stillness you feel is not the absence of motion. It's the perfection of alignment. You've become one with your purpose, and that harmony radiates from you like sunlight across water. As written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1, let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us, fixing our eyes on Jesus, the pioneer and perfecter of faith. None. You've run that race not with haste, but with holy endurance. The finish line was never about arrival, it was about revelation. Every struggle showed you who you were becoming. Every delay refined your discernment. Every loss deepened your love. You've become living proof that endurance is not just survival, it's sacred strength clothed in gentleness. There was once a watchmaker named Corin who specialized in repairing antique timepieces. He said that every clock had its own heartbeat, a rhythm of its own. When asked how he knew what needed fixing, he'd place the watch against his ear and listen until he could feel its pulse. You can't force a clock to keep time, he said. You can only align its rhythm with truth. That's what heaven has done with you. The timing of your life has been reset to divine rhythm. The moments you thought were wasted were actually recalibrations. The waiting wasn't a pause, it was precision. You are now moving in sync with the eternal heartbeat of purpose. Every tick, every breath, every step now carries that rhythm. You no longer feel out of place or behind. You've discovered that divine timing doesn't rush, because what is eternal never hurries. You've stopped striving to catch up, because you realize you were never late. You were always on time, being tuned to a higher cadence. This awareness brings peace beyond understanding. You no longer panic at pauses, you recognize them as part of the music. Even silence now sounds like worship. You've learned to see delays not as dead ends, but as spaces where grace rewrites your pace. Corin often said that the most fragile parts of a clock were the ones that made it function, tiny springs, hidden gears, invisible but essential. The smallest piece, he said, is what keeps the whole in motion. You've come to understand the same truth about your life. The smallest acts, the prayer whispered at midnight, the forgiveness you gave in silence, the patience you practiced when no one noticed, these are the sacred gears, keeping the clockwork of your destiny turning. You've discovered that greatness isn't loud, it's consistent. True strength is quiet, enduring, graceful. It doesn't demand attention, it gives direction. You've become that a steady pulse of peace in a world still learning to slow down. There's a humility in your confidence now. You no longer confuse gentleness with weakness. You've learned that grace doesn't bow to power, it transforms it. The softest heart often carries the strongest spirit. You've proven that calm is not complacency, it's command under control. And so, your life has become a message, one that says, you can trust the process. You can trust the pauses. You can trust the pace. Everything that once felt uncertain now feels sacred, because you see the pattern woven through it all. This understanding has set you free. You're no longer chasing purpose, you're walking with it. You don't seek miracles, you notice them. You don't beg for clarity, you live from it. The very peace you once prayed for now flows from you, touching others effortlessly. You've become what you once needed, a calm presence in chaos, a light in confusion, a reminder that heaven never stops working, even when life goes quiet. If you could speak to your past self, the version that trembled in waiting, that questioned timing, that feared endings, you would tell them, you made it, not because you forced it, but because you trusted. Of note, The old, striving version of you couldn't have imagined this serenity, but heaven did. Heaven always knew that your heart would find its rhythm again. Corin's repaired clocks never looked new, but they kept perfect time. You, too, carry visible signs of restoration, lines of wisdom, marks of mercy, traces of tears. They don't make you damaged, they make you divine. Each scar is proof that time and grace have worked together to make you whole. And now, your life ticks with purpose, every moment meaningful, every breath sacred. You walk lighter because you trust deeper. You speak softer because you understand power doesn't need volume. You love wider because fear no longer fences your heart. This is completion, not the end of growth, but the fulfillment of transformation. You've become a vessel that doesn't just hold peace, it pours it. You're no longer striving to become the light, you've realized you already are. And though this chapter closes, your journey doesn't. Faith is a circle, not a line. Each ending folds into another beginning. Each revelation opens another door. Heaven will continue guiding you, whispering through moments, aligning your steps with divine precision. When you look back now, you don't see wasted years, you see preparation. You don't see loss, you see refining. You don't see pain, you see proof. You've become timeless. Just like Corin's watches, not untouched by time, but synchronized with eternity. The race continues. But the running is different now. You move without rush, without fear, without doubt. You carry the quiet confidence of someone who knows the destination has never changed, only the depth of your understanding of it. Peace has found its permanent home in you, and from that peace, everything beautiful will continue to bloom. You are complete. You are aligned. You are free. Take a deep breath. Feel how light your spirit has become since the beginning of this journey. The heaviness that once followed you has loosened its grip. The fog has lifted. The tears, the questions, the waiting, all of it has shaped you into the radiant vessel you are now. You are not the same person who started reading these words. You have evolved from seeker to steward, from survivor to source. And now, heaven smiles not because the path was perfect, but because you stayed on it. Every step you took has mattered. Every moment of silence was heard. Every act of faith was recorded. You have walked faithfully through the wilderness, and now you stand where promise meets peace. But remember, the journey doesn't end here. It continues in the way you carry light forward through kindness, through truth, through love. These words were never meant to be a finish line. They are a torch, handed into your keeping. The story continues through you. When you like this message, let it be more than a click. Let it be a heartbeat of agreement, a whisper that says, "This light lives in me." Think of it as adding your voice to a choir of faith that stretches across time and distance. When you share, imagine that you are planting seeds in unseen gardens. Someone, somewhere, may stumble upon this light exactly when they need it most. A tired soul scrolling through darkness, searching for one sign that hope still breathes. Your share could be that sign. When you subscribe, it's not about following a page, it's about staying connected to a flow of truth that keeps you centered. Think of it as returning to a familiar well. The water is never the same each time, yet it always refreshes you. And if your heart ever feels stirred to donate, let it come from love. not pressure. Giving is not payment, it's participation. It's your way of saying, "This light helped me. I want it to reach others too." Picture it as adding oil to a lantern not demanded, but offered freely, so that the flame can keep shining for those still finding their way home. Every act like share, subscribe, give is a thread in the same tapestry of faith. Each one expands the light, stretches its reach, strengthens its glow. You are not just a listener of this message, you are part of its continuation. And as you move forward, remember this: connection doesn't end when the words do. The spirit that guided you here walks beside you still. The same presence that whispered through these sentences will keep speaking softly in your quiet moments, reminding you that you are chosen, seen, and supported. So, leave a reflection below. Share how this journey touched your spirit. Write what peace feels like now. Your words might be the bridge for someone else's awakening. This is not goodbye. This is the passing of light from page to soul, from soul to world. Carry it with grace. Carry it with joy. And let it keep multiplying through every heart you touch. Like, share, subscribe, give, if led. Not because you must, but because love always finds a way to keep glowing.